Thank goodness for the internet, because we can just pull up the clips. They all used to agree with Trump. Just saying.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous.
Thank goodness for the internet, because we can just pull up the clips. They all used to agree with Trump. Just saying.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being number 2, you're gonna go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Look, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Oh my goodness. Good evening on the West Coast, good evening in the mountains, good evening in the Central, good evening all on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is. Angela Capone, the host of the most on the Reparations perspective. Bringing you those Negro bringing the system Welcome to Advanced Minute Hot Topics and making the case for reparations and the weaponization of our votes. Yes, I am. How y'all doing? I see you, Ivy Dreams. Hi, Michael Pan. That's what's distracted me. Michael Pan in here with this long comment drew my attention. He says, hold on, family, let me remove this. He says, good evening. I am going to Washington, D.C. on April 29 to meet with my member of Congress and 2 U.S. senators to advocate for cash payment reparations for Black American freedmen of chattel slavery. Well, all right, ally. Yes, yes, yes. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Ivy Dreams. Yes. How old Tanya? So glad you're back from Alaska. Huh? Who's Sizzle? Hello, everybody. Sizzle. Oh, Lord, do I need my glasses this early? Let me see here. I think I do. Lord, it's so small. That's Sizzle, Sizzler, Capleton 1. Okay, who is back? So glad you're back from Alaska. I wasn't in Alaska, Tanya. I don't know who that's for. But welcome to the live. I'm so grateful to you all. Thank you, Michael, for your work. Thank you for being an ally. Thank you for being a great example to others who should be allies just like you. Very, very grateful. We cannot wait to get a report on how things go for you in D.C. while advocating on behalf of the Negro freedmen descendants for reparations that we are long overdue. Just a couple of housekeeping things. Thank you to Amahl. Thank you, producer. Oh my God. Carolyn. Thank you, producer Rita. Thank you for producing last week's broadcast. I greatly, greatly appreciate the love for my voice and my advocacy in this space on our behalf. Thank you for believing in me. I feel like going on. If you choose to bless the broadcast, you can do so at $TRPTV on the Cash App. Yeah, because I've been demonetized. I'm shadow banned. Yeah, it's fun times over here. But, you know, I am the little engine that could. Okay, I'm going to keep going. They can't shut me up or shut me down. Tanya is in Alaska. You met me and my daughter for lunch on my visit. Oh, my goodness, Tanya. How are you? Yes. I met you and your delightful daughter for lunch here in Cali. Yes, you're from Alaska. I'm used to a very different handle than that, though. But anyway, I digress. I don't want to belabor. I'm used to going live on Sundays, but I got really busy and had no strength to come live. So I'm bringing it to you now. So please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. That part is free of charge. But I got some things to share with you guys, fella, because the struggle is real. I opened up with the intro of how fork-tongued these Democrats are, okay? They really sit up here and ride Trump hard for all the things they once supported. And what I noticed when I reviewed my last broadcast was that there was no sound. I don't even think there was a picture. I showed like 2 clips last time we were together, and you couldn't see either one nor hear either one. So I had to find a way to bring that hypocrisy from the DEMONRATS onto this broadcast, which is what you saw in the opening. I kind of looped it a couple of times so you could get the gist. That everything they despise about Trump, they once were highly in favor of. All of it is political theater. And so you can't go out here, and I'm just so proud of us. One of the videos I saw for the April 5th protest, I hardly saw any Black folks in the audience. Moorish World TV was out there in Baltimore. And while there was a lot of them, there were hardly any of us. He was about the only one. I mean, I saw maybe a couple of
Black folks out there, but I don't know if they were melanated immigrants or Negroes, but I am so very, very proud of us for being on vacation, for being indoors while Rome is imploding. And I just love that we're on code, we're on our square, and we're not getting caught in the crosshairs of the mayhem between what I call the antebellum whites and the Ellis Island whites. Not our monkey, not our circus. Okay, so just continue to relax. Don't allow these things to disrupt the calm peace of your soul. And I know they have a tendency to, especially the young brother down south who got into a fight that resulted in the death of the white boy. I'm still debating. Yes, Jewel. That's the one. That's the name I know and love. Not that I don't love Tanya Fowler, but anyway, welcome to the live, my love. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to unpack that. That's not this broadcast. I may bring it at another time. I'm just observing my energy, and I'm making sure I don't overexpend myself, because these kinds of things are very traumatizing. To see this young man who's like a 3.7 GPA be accused of first-degree murder when these white boys started this fight with him at a track meet, and they don't even run track. It does a lot to me to see the injustices. And I'm here to tell you, family, all of it is designed to get us to crash out. And I'm imploring upon you not to do so. There is a Give Go fund. I may share it, I may not. Sometimes I will donate, but I want everybody to donate at their own discretion, because some things I've donated to, I wish I could have taken it back because it was a total grift, to like get money out of me. But in this particular instance, I felt comfortable donating because they gave this young man who's never been in trouble with the law a $1 million bond. So 10% of that is $100,000. So I did give to that, but I don't mind. I did donate. Thank you, Michael. Yes, I donated too. And I want you guys to give it your discretion. I will share with you a little later in the broadcast the link where I gave money, but I'm sure his parents are going to need help because it's just unconscionable for me that Daniel Penny can murder a homeless Black man on the New York train and get away with murder scot-free. Kyle Rittencracker, as I affectionately call him, he was able to take out 2 lives doing a Black Lives Matter protest and walk scot-free. These white boys tell him that he can't sit under a tent at a track meet. To my understanding, he plays both football and track, which oftentimes football players do run track for speed, right? And so here he is at a meet, and I think it was raining. I'm getting a lot of different stories from the soil that it was raining. He set up under the tent, which belongs to the school. And what I understand from the things I've heard is that these white boys were upset with him from a previous party. He was probably messing with one of their snow bunnies. Okay. I don't have all the facts. As a matter of fact, this is allegedly, in my opinion. You know how they do. They'll strike my entire broadcast if I sit up here and act as if I'm an authority. I'm just telling you bits and pieces of what I've heard is that these same white twins harassed him at a party a couple of weeks prior. And so he came prepared to defend himself. Now, I don't agree with murder, but I also don't agree with 2 big old corn-fed twins jumping a young Black man, because folks would be resting if the situation had been reversed. So I don't agree with the Erderme. I can't even say, I'll call it red rum Erderme. You guys understand what I'm saying, right? You're picking up what I'm putting down, because these kind of words will get your whole broadcast stricken. It will really get your channel stricken. Anywho, I don't agree with that, but I also don't agree with the way these Beckys and Karens and Bryans and Brads decide that it's okay for them to stand their ground, but somehow it's exclusive to them. We can't stand our ground. And like I said, I don't have enough information, but from what I understand, these were some bullies. They didn't run track. And here they are at this meet telling the young brother where he could and could not sit. Like I said, that's a broadcast for another day. But this is my whole point in even bringing it up. Rest, family. A lot of things are going to pop off and jump off to get you crashing out. And so the purpose of this little brief monologue is to remind you not to give them what they're seeking, because it doesn't end well for us. I've showed you at the last broadcast how different it is when we take to the streets and when they take to the streets. It's a whole different Oprah. So please rest, give, donate, do those kinds of things. Pray. Prayer works. Prayer works. Let's pray for the young brother. Let's pray that justice is prevailed, okay? And we'll bring that up on another occasion. TRP, you understand that he had to defend himself from Ben and Ken because they instigated the fight in the first place. Yes, Michael, that's my understanding. And so for them to put a charge of first-degree murder on this young brother, that's a 3-7, never been in trouble with the law, it's very problematic, but it's very American with 3 Ks, okay? This is what we know to be the case in this country. There is no justice for the Negro. We generally have to fight for it every step of the way. So please keep the brother lifted in prayer, and I will share the link that I gave to for you to give at your discretion. Okay? I'm never going to tell you to give because, like I said, you have to feel comfortable in your give. But I will share where I gave. But let's get into it, family. I want to rewind a little bit to catch everyone up to the present day fight here in California for reparations. Umoya from ETM Media, who's been on the front lines of the fight with CJEC, and he has his own channel, and he's also responsible for the intro and outro of this particular broadcast, the logos that you see, the whole 9 yards. Very, very talented. He said he's going to come on around 7:30 for about 15 minutes to fill us in on what is happening now that Republican Bill Assaili is now U.S. Attorney General. In other words, we're being screwed by both the DEMONRATS and the REPUGNIKKKLANS. I just need you to know that. But I want to take us back and fill you in. For those of you who are new, welcome X, welcome Racebook. If you want to be a part of the co-host in the chat, you must come over to ScrewTube, okay? I want to give you a little backstory, okay? Let me share my screen. I shared with you last week about how Amos Brown, who was co-chair of the California Reparations Task Force and the vice president of the San Francisco chapter of the NAACP, received $50 million from Wells Fargo Bank prior to coming out with a letter. Let me just play that video because I tried playing it last week. You didn't hear it. I'm going to share that real quick with you and then fill you in and then catch you up. By that time, Umoya should be in the building. Stand by. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. I'm going to jump back and forth this time. I want to make sure you can see and hear everything because I'm really tired of reviewing the lives and you're not able to see or hear. So I'm going to play this now. It looks like you can see it. If you cannot hear it, put it in the chat. Thank you in advance.
Thank you. Line 86, your line is open.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Good morning.
Thank you. This is Angela Nirvana. I'm sure you guys have been missing my testimony. The shenanigans of these hearings have just been seen too much for me. From fighting NARC and COBRA and 4 task members for lineage-based reparations, to whites and immigrants being able to have a say at our reparations table when we've never
been able to have a say at theirs, to being called racist for speaking up and out about how oppressive and albatross immigration is on Black Americans whose ancestors built this country with their lives. Contrary to Joe Biden attempting to change history by giving Hispanics all the credit. To the latest betrayer, Democrat-loving Amos Brown, who as president of the San Francisco NAACP wrote a hit piece of a letter opposing cash reparations for the handful of Black American San Franciscans who are too poor to even relocate, reducing their reparations to remedial education programs, public housing, and more just over broke jobs. And I've got zero confidence in our anti-Black representatives voting for us to get the cash repair. We are long overdue after being legislated out of the state from 17 to 3%. I believe y'all are playing in our faces and grifted off reparations to keep us sheep walking to the polls to vote for Democrats to our own erasure and replacement with immigrants. But I'm holding on to my seat. What my fellow comrades wants to know about the residency requirements to receive whatever comes of the reparations you all decide on. Thank you for your time. Justice for Jordan Neely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amy, next caller, please.
And so, let me stop sharing that. Hold on. And so that's basically what I wanted to catch you guys up on. Hi, D Nice. Welcome to the live, fam. Okay, so I wanted to bring you up to speed because basically Amos Brown was serving in a conflict of interest. And the challenge is when you're doing these task force in your local areas, in your respective states, you've got to make sure you've got somebody from the soil at that table. Because what I find is that these old ninjas, right, like the Black Authority always references, they will get in your way. They will run interference. They will undermine you. We had immigrants on there who were fighting us from the very onset. We were fighting for lineage-based repair. They were fighting for race-based repair, which, as we all know, the Asians and Ed Bloom and Ward Connerly, you see, they got rid of affirmative action first out here in California. And so then when they successfully got rid of affirmative action out here, our attendance at the UCs plummeted. All of this is designed to keep the Negro as a permanent bottom caste in the country of our ancestors. So we're not just fighting with respect to our lineage, we're also fighting with this caste system that has been indoctrinated into this country, right along with race. Okay, so we have no friends. I mean, we got a few allies. Michael Pan is one of them. But the long and short of it is, they knew full well on this task force that we couldn't fight for race-based reparations because it would be shot down, because you can't do anything based on race in this country anymore. And they got rid of race the minute they established the African, the Caribbean, the Asian, the Latina, all these type of people that move by their ethnicity. So yeah, you can get rid of race. And you can lock us out. And that is as it's intended. So when Wells Fargo Bank paid the national NAACP $50 million, it was to get Amos Brown to come out and undermine the reparations that they were trying to push up in the Bay. So he was sitting on the state of California task force, but as president of the NAACP San Francisco, he was also had his hands in what was happening locally. They had earmarked, well, they were discussing $5 million per eligible Negro up in the Bay. Now that was the talk. And then I think that they were going to be able to pay $1 for a house. Okay. So they were really making traction in terms of ideas and recommendations to make the handful of Negro San Franciscos that are hanging on by the thread of their chinny chin chin, who have been gentrified and redlined out of San Francisco, out of the Bay, out of California. Okay. They were fighting for real tangibles. Wells Fargo pays the $50 million. And then here comes Amos to undermine us with that letter that he released, talking about remedial education, more just over broke jobs, and public housing as reparations in lieu of the cash that was being discussed. And of course, it went away like the dodo bird, okay? So that was me testifying as we were coming down the final stretch of our task force hearings to expose Amos. That's what I was intending to do. I wanted it on the record. They were famous about not allowing you to bless the mic, cutting off your mics, doing all manner of thing, or wanting you to email it. Well, we know email is just the file 13. That's going in the garbage, right? Ain't no way we're going to be heard if we don't bless the mic, if we don't show up. So please do show up and give testimony at your task force hearings. But I digress. So let's fast forward. We get 1,100 pages done, 1,100 pages worth of harms. And we literally get our bills inked and earmarked, the things, the recommendations that came out of the task force. We got all of that approved through the CLBC. And if you've watched the previous broadcast, you saw what they did to block our bills on the Hill in Sacramento. You saw Isaac Bryan stopping Republican Bill Asalee from bringing those bills to the floor. He wanted a motion to bring the bills to the floor for a vote, and our very own our very own California Legislative Black Caucus blocked him and then removed the bill so that no one else could motion, because Isaac Bryan was on camera getting into a fight with, not a fist fight, but a spar of the words. They were going back and forth, and Isaac Bryan was trying to make it about everything but the fact that he refused to bring those bills to the floor. And 2 days, the soil was up there to watch for this monumental moment when the bills for, I think it was to return the land that has been stolen from Negroes out here by eminent domain, akin to Bruce's Beach, and the monies, the $12 million that was earmarked for the Office of Freedmen Affairs. It's called something else out here, but that's the name that comes to mind. And in the namesake of time, I won't belabor over the official name, but there was $12 million set aside for us to establish an agency that was going to be used to determine genealogy, which to me is a whole waste of time and money. If you've got anybody in your family with Negro on their birth certificate akin to mine, you know clear well that even if your sons or daughters' birth certs don't have an identifier, they can look to yours or their grandparents and see Negro clearly there. And to me, all of this hubbub over genealogy, but hey, if we have an office and you guys want to put them through some strict litmus test when a birth certificate should do, then have at it. So be it. You can get all that handled through the agency. Those are the two bills that they blocked as we were marching towards cash repair for the, 2 million Negroes that are left out here in the state of California. That's what we've been reduced to, down from 17%. Okay. They blocked those bills. And then what they had the unmitigated gall to do is to create their own. Yeah. And that's what we're going to watch right now. We're going to watch it. I'm going to stop it periodically to weigh in. But the daughter of the author of the task force, the bill that got us the task force, I want to say it was AB 3121. It's been a few years. Forgive me. I'm a little dusty on all these numbers that are running on these bills. But Dr. Shirley Weber, who not only created the bill, the AB 3121 that got us the task force, she also came and gave testimony that this was intended exclusively for those of us who descend from the emancipated. You can watch the tapes. I've got archives of her giving testimony that if we make immigrants whole, it defeats the point, because we're on the bottom. We're the one that suffer the largest disparities in terms of household wealth. We're the ones on the precipice of zero wealth. They keep saying by 2053. I keep saying since the pandemic, we've been a wealthless group. I mean, just look to your left and to your right. You can clearly see that you don't know anybody with wealth. And riches are not wealth. So she made the argument that no, it's against the law to do race-based reparations. And she intended this bill for the lineage. She never intended it for other groups to get it. They got their own. The Caribbean have CARICOM. Africans are working on something with their colonizers if they ever stop selling it off. I mean, not our monkey, not our circus. I clearly can't move to the Caribbean, right? I can't move to the Caribbean and be entitled to anything that they're fighting for. Excuse me. I wouldn't qualify. I can't move to Africa and be entitled to anything that they qualify for. But these Pan-Africans, these Caribbeans and these Africans are running interference because they want a piece of what we've got. We barely eked out a 5-4 vote for lineage-based repair. But can you believe that her own daughter is the author of a bill, SB 437, that wants to, first of all, let me back up. The measly $12 million that was earmarked for the agency, the Pan-Africans that are full of immigrants want half of it. They want $6 million of it to go to their nonprofits. Now, mind you, when money was being raised for different nonprofits, I didn't get any money for advertising and promoting the task force hearings on my channel. ETM Media Group didn't get anything. CJET didn't get anything. None of the Negro, none of the soil, none of the grassroots got money. But guess who got all the money? The Pan-Africanist organizations. Yeah, the very ones that want HR 40 to pass. That's the federal study into perpetuity. They're the only ones that would be paid. They literally want any semblance of reparations to go through NARC and NCOBRA. If we ever eke out a penny of reparations federally, they want it to be distributed to them. And they're at the table as we're fighting for a seat at our own reparations table. So we barely eked out lineage-based repair. And they've got the unmitigated gall now that New Scum has earmarked $12 million towards the agency. They literally want $6 million to be funneled into their nonprofits to do what? Line their own pockets. This is what I'm going to get to you guys is, hi, love my folks. Welcome. Hi, Martin. I'm going to get to your comments towards the end of the broadcast, okay? We've got a lot to get into. Okay, let me finish the backstory. I'm trying to fill them in, guys, because folks that are new to the channel don't know the backstory. And if I just show the video of what just recently happened, where we were railroaded yet again, yeah, they won't understand what I'm talking about because they don't know the backstory. But anyway, these Pan-Africans want $6 million of those dollars, while Newscomb earmarked $150 million to for lawyers for the illegals in the state of California, and is running interference on what we've already established in the task force. So what you're about to hear right now are the hearings on Senate Bill 437, authored by Akilah Weber. Dr. Shirley Weber, author of the AB 3121 and how we even got a task force in the first place. She is the daughter, and she is betraying us. So let's get into that video because Umoya should be here shortly. If he's not able to make it, we'll just keep blazing through with the things I want to share with you today. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. I don't want to show you everything because it's just too long. I'm going to stop in between. I'm going to stop in between so I can make my comments. Hold on.
So we will go ahead and move on to our next bill.
Hold on, guys. That's the
and
end.
that
Just a
is
second. Hold
file
on.
item number.
They betrayed us, y'all. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Chair and committee members for hearing SB 437. SB 437 would help establish the eligibility criteria for claims related to genealogy and descendancy, utilizing the California State University to explore options to determine how to confirm if an individual is a descendant of a person who is a victim of American chattel slavery. This bill seeks to establish a clear, concise, and evidence-based process for individuals to verify genealogical ties and claim benefits or rights associated in regards to their ancestral heritage. In 2020, California enacted AB 3121, which established the Reparations Task Force to study and develop proposals for addressing lasting impacts of slavery and systemic discrimination against African Americans. The task force released its final report, highlighting significant disparities in economic, health, and educational outcomes due to historical injustices. Among its recommendations, the report emphasized the need of improved documentation and recognition of genealogical and descendancy claims to ensure access to reparative programs. However, unfortunately, the task force did not state how to determine a person's lineage. SB 437 builds on these findings by requiring the CSU to research and develop eligibility standards on reparative claims. Entrusting CSU with this process ensures expertise, integrity, accountability, and public oversight. Placing this process within a state institution also prevents data from being exploited for profit or misinformation. Recently, there have been concerns about private corporations potentially putting millions of people's sensitive genetic data at risk. In fact, Attorney General Rob Bonta has also raised privacy concerns around unregulated data collection. I understand that there have been concerns raised regarding the start date, and I am committed to working with stakeholders to address these concerns to ensure that the bill is implemented in a way that is effective and feasible, and while also being responsive to the needs of the communities it aims to serve. The committee also mentioned the frequency of the CSU reporting of their findings. For a process as important as determining lineage, the frequency of reporting is necessary to ensure that we have an open and public process. Open communication with the California Legislative Black Caucus ensures that the public is kept up to date with the process and that everyone is held accountable. Moreover, determining genealogy is also very complex and evolving. Regular check-ins allow for adjustments based on new findings and best practices. SB 437 is supported by the Greater San Diego Urban League, Greater Los Angeles American Chamber of Commerce, Western Center on Law and Poverty, and numerous other advocacy groups and community members who recognize the importance of this bill. Today, speaking in support is Michael Willis, who's the board chair of African American Genealogical Society, and potentially Dwayne Crenshaw, if he gets here on time, who is the president of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished members of the Senate Education Committee, as board chair of the African American
Let me just pause right there. So you heard her mention that they're going to give this to CSU, California State University, right? We had earmarked, I want to say $2 million. Oh my gosh. When Umoya comes, he will help bring it to my remembrance. I want to say, was it UCLA? One of the colleges got $2 million to promote the task force hearings. The only way people knew that the task force hearings were happening was not through the university that they gave all this money to, which the president of NARC, Cheryl Grills, was over those monies that were intended to advertise and to promote the task force hearings so we could get more participation. Umoya of ETM Media Group and myself were the only way people knew the task force hearings were even happening. So for me, they've already established in their recommendations that genealogy will run through the agency. $12 million has been set aside to do this work at the agency, but we can't even get the agency off the ground because Aquila, with the help of Newscomb, in my opinion, has decided to create this interference, SB 437, in the namesake of a genealogy study, like I mentioned prior, that does not even need to happen if you go by birth certificates. Even if it isn't on some of the Gen X or the Millennials or the Gen Z's birth certs, it is on someone's birth cert in their line. Now, to me, being able to show up at an established agency with my birth certificate, which is clearly marked Negro, doesn't require all of this. All of this is more drain on the taxpayers with no start and no end dates and no agency in sight. Let's continue.
Genealogical Society of Northern California, a professional genealogist with 24 years of experience and a recently published author. I thank you for this invitation to speak with you today. In 2022, genealogist Dr. Kelly Ferris showed the task force on how to confirm an individual's status as a descendant, given that SB 518 defines the community of eligibility as the descendants of a chattel, enslaved person, or a free person of color living in the United States prior to the 19th century. Dr. Ferris proved eligibility by tracing a family back to the 1900 census and identifying a 59-year-old woman who was born 24 years before the end of slavery. And in my 24 years as a genealogist and consultant, that has typically been my experience. Even within my own personal family research, I've traced my ancestors further back to individuals in the 18th century. As I've documented in this recently published book, When Your Ancestors Choose You, Finding Binky. This is a book that's inspired by my maternal grandmother's oral history that she taught me when I was 8 years old. Now, I know that this research is a little beyond the scope and requirement of this committee's efforts, but the methodology is the same. So for decades, professional genealogists have adhered to genealogical proof standards and methodologies. And the first steps that we have individuals complete are family group sheets, where we teach them to start with themselves, work their way backwards, enter in the names, birth dates, locations of their ancestors. I even did this with former senator and member of the task force, Senator Stephen Bradford. He followed this process, and I assisted him with uncovering 10 of his 16 two-times great-grandparents within a matter of days, and the individuals were born anywhere between 1810 and 1873. So we do this by using two family websites to enter the family data, FamilySearch.org and Ancestry.com. Those two websites contain over 50 billion records for combined records over 80 countries. And so they're the most common.
Let me pause right there. I see some of your comments. Love my folks. You're right. The Bureau is a waste of time. Michael, yes, I do believe that we should get everything that we're owed, including free college education at the college of our choice. And I'm going to come back and read the rest of the comments momentarily. But there was a recent report that came out. What's his name? Tory, somebody like that. And I'll bring that on another broadcast, but let me just speak to what Michael shared about, do I agree with Friday Jones, who wants cash reparations in education in college, free university. There was a recent study that came out, and I'll bring it on another broadcast, that dealt with Black men not going to college. And this particular guy was upset that they're not specifically going to Howard University. Howard University is like, I want to say between 50 and 75,000 a year. So not to get into that topic right now, but Michael, I just want to stress to you the importance. I do believe it should be cash, and I do believe that it should be housing, homes in the community of your choice. I believe that it should be education. It should be grants to start your businesses. You should not need loans to start businesses. I believe that we need to also teach financial literacy, and we need to teach our people how to run their own businesses. I do believe, just like they have Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Ethiopia, these are some of the ones they have out here. I believe that we need Negro towns, Negro freedmen towns, because when you reflect on the history, they burned everything we built by our bootless straps. So I believe that we need whole districts where we've got, go back to like the days of Black Wall Street, where we had our own clothing stores, our own restaurants, our own hospitals even. I would love to see hospitals with nothing but Negro doctors working there. Our own schools. I want schools with nothing but Negro teachers there. You see, because I grew up with Negro teachers, and I do quite well for myself as a result. I didn't have to deal with these microaggressions of white and immigrant teachers who are pretty much there for immigrants at the expense of the Negro child. You can go back into my archives and view, I think I did a 2 or 3 part series called Tyrone Can't Read Because Jose Can't Speak English. Okay. So this is what's happening in the schools. This is what's happening to the Negro at large. We are being replaced and erased for immigrants. We're being economically genocided. Now, there's a small percentage of us that have education that are hanging on, but I'm talking about the largesse of us, okay? The 80% of us who don't have college degrees. So yeah, I want everything to make us whole. Everything that our government has robbed us of, I want free for my people. I stopped this for a reason. Did I ever get to it? Let me just keep going. I had something to say. Let me back it up because I had something to say.
Is the same. So for decades,
thank you,
professional
God.
genealogists have adhered to.
I wanted to say something about, thank you. I was thanking the Most High for bringing it back to my remembrance. What I wanted to touch on before I went down the rabbit hole with those comments is that my sister did Ancestry.com. And we are indigenous to this country. You need to understand that those of us indigenous here, some of us were free, but some of us were enslaved. This government is lying to us to try to make it seem like the largesse of us came over on slave ships. It is not true. Most of the Blacks in South America were on slave ships. There weren't those kind of numbers coming to North America, which we are, right? We were already here and we were enslaved. We were pretty much, we are pretty much prisoners of war. But what this government loves to do is to lie. You can trust and believe if the largesse of us came over here on slave ships, you would see these artifacts in the museums. You would see some semblance of these ships. Okay, I'm not saying that some of us didn't come here by way of slave ships or the transatlantic slave trade. There was a lot of us here already. And then when they realized it was too costly and they were losing too many of us during that voyage, they bred us like chattel. They bred us and they raped us. And that's how you can see different things in your DNA. But why is it that when my sister had our lineage done through Ancestry.com, none of my indigenous, none of it, none of what they call native was in that line. It was everything African and everything European. But my own family, who's traced my lineage, shows that we are Native American. We've got Native American, Choctaw, Cherokee, all of this. But none of that comes up Ancestry.com. So it's already believed, at least I believe, in my opinion, that our DNA is being used for other purposes and to lie to us to keep up the facade that we all came over here during the transatlantic slave trade when the bulk of us were already here. And then when they stopped bringing the slaves in by ship, that's when they had the breeding farms. So I'm already not liking the direction he's going. But let's continue.
Genealogical proof standards and methodologies. And the first steps that we have individuals complete are family group sheets, where we teach them to start with themselves, work their way backwards, entering the names, birth dates, locations of their ancestors. I even did this.
Let me pause. There is a free site that you can already do this on that the Mormons have established. We don't need to pay all this money for them to study how to study our genealogy, because that's what this is virtually, right? They want to study how to compile our genealogy to receive whatever comes of the reparations that they ultimately decide on, because clearly they're not taking any of the recommendations that came out of the task force. This is to delay and to never have to pay. By the time they get around to paying, we'll be so few in number, this will be a non-issue. Let's keep going. This is not even necessary when it can be done for free through the Mormon Church.
This with former senator and member of the task force, Senator Stephen Bradford. He followed this process, and I assisted him with uncovering 10 of his 16 two-times great-grandparents within a matter of days, and the individuals were born anywhere between 1810 and 1873. So we do this by using two family websites to enter the family data, FamilySearch.org and Ancestry.com. Those
Let me pause. That's it.
Websites contain over 50 billion.
FamilySearch.org. That's the one that the Mormons, is it the Mormons or the FamilySearch.org. You can do this yourself as long as you know the names and birth dates of your grandparents and even your great-grandparents. They can help you for free. I'm going to put it in the chat. FamilySearch.org. Thank you, George. He says 5 to 7% came to North America. The rest were sent to the Caribbean, Central, and South America. That's what I was speaking to. And these are things I'm newly finding out, family. I knew that Ancestry.com was lying because, like I said, my family had already done some search to find what they call Indian in my bloodline, in my family tree. So I knew that that was made up. And I just stopped trusting. But the family search, they don't do it based on DNA. They do it based on your family's name. Church of Latter-day Saints Open Family Search. Thank you, Q Lane. I've got the best and the brightest in the chat, and I'm so thrilled. Thank you so much. But yes, that's free. So why do we need to give CSU all this money? That's probably coming from that $12 million that was set aside to search, to figure out. You just said it. You said family search, and you said ancestry. So why do we need you again? This is what I'm talking about. This is the way they drain whatever's been set aside for us to really get these reparations to the people. This is how it's done. You kick the can, delay after delay after delay. Let's keep going. I don't want to keep y'all here all night. Y'all know how I do. I'm going to try not to interrupt so much, but if it's important and I got to share it, I have to pause, okay?
And records for combined records over 80 countries. And so they're the most comprehensive websites that are available on the web, and that process is incredibly efficient. So I'll open it up for questions if you have anything, but thank you again for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Is your other witness here?
He has not shown up, so we can move on.
Okay. Are there any other support witnesses here in room 2100? If so, please use the microphone outside of the railing.
Now, I want you to observe the people who are in support of SB 437 and how many Chris Lodgson from CJEC brought to this hearing that are opposed. And then, of course, you're going to get to see what happens in the end with these senators. Let's keep going. Travesty.
Morning. My name is Mary Moyle. I'm with the CSU. We are still working to finalize a position on the bill, but would like to thank the senator for working with us. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hello, with Black American Political Association of California, BayPAC Sacramento chapter, and we are here in support of Senate Bill 437.
Brandon Green, the Western Center on Law and Poverty, we're in support of the bill.
Anybody else in support? Alrighty, we will now move on to lead witnesses in opposition. If there are any, the two lead witnesses may come forward and use the microphones at the table here in front of us.
Now, this is why it's important that you get involved. Imagine if Chris and CJEC were not here. This is why you must get involved at these hearings. You must figure out what's happening in terms of your bills and be there to do two things: to be in support of your own bills, right? And to oppose everything earmarked for the immigrants. Let's continue.
Mic check, 1, 2, can you?
You'll want to press it until it's red. And then just speak directly into the microphone.
1, 2, 1, 2.
There we
Okay.
go.
Thank you. Good morning, Senators. My name is Chris Lodgson. I'm the lead volunteer organizer and advocate with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, the state's leading grassroots coalition born to achieve reparations for California residents who descend from people emancipated from chattel slavery. We're here today in respectful opposition to SB 437. Here's why. First, the proposal directly contradicts the recommendations of the California Reparations Task Force. The task force did not, and I repeat, the task force did not recommend that the state conduct additional research to determine how an individual might determine their descendancy from U.S. chattel slavery. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. The proposal is unnecessary, redundant, raises serious risk of fiscal waste, would create crippling and cascading implementation delays, and was already rejected by community advocates. Specifically, it's unnecessary because tracing ancestry to U.S. chattel slavery is already a known practice conducted by genealogists literally every single day. It raises serious risk of fiscal waste because the research proposed directs millions of taxpayer dollars originally budgeted for reparations implementation to a multi-million-dollar genealogy research project with no start date and no end date to the research. It would create severe implementation delays because none of the other Black Caucus bills currently moving in the legislature targeting descendants can actually take effect until the proposed research project is completed. Furthermore, last year, this same proposal was rejected by community advocates and former Senator Stephen Bradford when Governor Newsom's office proposed nearly a carbon copy of what is now SB 437 as amendments to Senator Bradford's SB 1403. Lastly, the proposal in SB 437 conflicts with yet another one of Senator Weber Pearson's proposals, namely SB 518, and I'm happy to speak more about that in the Q&A. Senators, Californians whose ancestors built this country through hundreds of years of free labor are tired of research. We don't need more research. We need action. We need reparations. Vote no on SB 437. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now that we've heard from our lead witness, is there anybody else that would like to express their opposition here in room 2100? If so, please use the microphone outside of the railing. And please only state your name, organization, and position on the bill.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Kareem. I am with CPAC and I oppose SB 437. Please vote no. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Darlene Crumity. I'm a member of CJEC and Art Bay Area. Today I'm speaking for Lineage Equity Advancement Project, ETM, in the mass media group, the California Black Lineage Society, and we all oppose no on SB 437. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kim Mims. I'm with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, American Redress Coalition of California, Sacramento, and Bay Area. I'm in the mass media group, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Lineage Equity and Advancement Project LEAP and California Black Lineage Society. I am a no vote on SB 437, and I respectfully ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Molly. I'm with the Coalition for Just and Equitable California. I ask that you vote no on SB 437. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Shamil Watson, and I strongly oppose SB 437. Please vote no. Thank you.
My name is Zion Tadessa, the founder of Shiva Farm Foundation, and I am absolutely no on 4037. Thank you.
Good morning, Don Bassiano. I oppose SB 437 as well, and I ask that you do as well. Vote no.
Is there anybody else?
My apologies, Dwayne Crenshaw, Chair and President of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. We are here to support today Senator Bill 437 and urge your support. The Urban League is committed to economic empowerment.
So you see who comes up in here, Johnny come lately. This was a guy that was supposed to be the other witness for SB 437. Here we are in the opposition segment of the hearing. And here he comes, just helps himself to the mic to support SB 437. This is the same Urban League, Mark Morial, who came Johnny lately to the Office of Management and Budget to run interference when we were fighting for delineation, 20,000 strong. This is the Urban League. We must get rid of these legacy organizations. They are here to get in bed with politics and to undermine us so that we remain on the bottom. You just heard Chris Lodgson of CJEC put it very succinctly that this is very costly and it delays the real repair we need with no start and no end dates. Happening all over the country, family, these demon rats running interference so that we never get the repair that we are long overdue. Let's continue.
Sorry, so we're just doing those that were here in opposition. We go ahead. Yeah, so if you would like to join us here, here we have our lead witnesses. You could sit down and go ahead and share your testimony. We'll give you 2 minutes.
I can do it now.
He
Thank
gets
you.
2 minutes.
Dwayne Crenshaw, President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League, here in strong support of SB 437, and encourage the committee to support this bill. The Urban League is committed to economic empowerment, education, workforce development for underserved communities. We are committed to the economic success that starts with recognition and access to opportunity, which is why lineage verification matters. Establishing a fair research-based lineage verification process is critical to ensuring that resources meant to address historical inequities reach the right communities. Economic programs from business grants to educational investments rely on accurate data to be effective. This bill ensures that lineage determination is done reasonably and equitably.
But this is the same Urban League that denied us delineation, talking about it was going to be discriminatory towards the melanated immigrants. About 4 million of them, 50 million of us. But now, the hypocrisy of it all. You want to get SB 437 passed through so that the harmed group can receive the reparations. This is gaslighting. They're doing this to delay it so it never happens, so it will go the way of the dodo bird. Let's continue.
Recognizing and verifying lineage is more than just a process, it's a pathway to economic opportunity. SB 437 lays the foundation for future policies that can drive economic success, close wealth gaps, and create new opportunities for historically marginalized communities. I urge the legislature and this committee to pass this bill so that we can move forward in a way that is fair, transparent, and economically empowering for our community.
Thank you. Do we have any other opposition witnesses that have not spoken yet here in room 2100? Okay, seeing as there's no one else, thank you to all of our support and opposition witnesses. We will now bring the discussion back to the members. Do any of our members have questions or comments? Yes, Senator Laird.
I would like to ask the author, I know that you would probably have addressed the issues that were raised in your close.
I'm going to fast forward through this BS.
If you address them now.
Thank you so much. Would love to address.
Hold on.
I think the primary issue was the concern about it being a research study.
Let's hear this part.
For those of you who are not aware, this is the Reparation Task Force right here. It's 1,100 pages.
And 2 years of our lives.
Time, energy, effort, community hearings, research was done to produce this report. As I stated in my opening, unfortunately, in this 1,100-page report, there was nothing that specifically outlined the exact way to accurately and evidence-based do genealogy.
Family search.
But what we do have in this report on page 658, when they talk about genealogy, is that we needed something to support potential reparation claimants by providing access to expert genealogical research
Family
to
search.
confirm
Family search.
reparations eligibility. This is what this bill does. It follows the recommendations from the task force by allowing the ability to figure out how we determine one's eligibility. Some people, like Senator Bradford, are very fortunate to be able to say, my mother is this person, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, but not everyone has that opportunity. And so we need to make sure that those who may not be able to trace their lineage back easily through an ancestry.com or one of those other websites have the option to see if they truly are descendants of American chattel slavery. You have things out there like, 23andMe, which is having issues now. But when you do those, and some of my family members have done them, it tells you which tribe you're from on the continent. It does not verify that you are actually a descendant of American chattel slavery.
Ancestry.com is
In
the
order
same
to
way.
move forward on some of the bills that we need to do that will specifically go towards those who are descendants of American slavery, we need a method for them to be able to do that, to find that out. And that is what this is doing. So, I respectfully disagree with the opposition and the fact that we don't need more, quote, research, because this was not elicited in the reparations report. And they actually did state that more research needed to be done.
Through the agency.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up question? Thank you. So if your bill passes, it meets that recommendation, but does it then actually provide a formal recognized process by which people's ancestry would be recognized?
So that is the whole purpose of the bill. We placed it in the CSU because they have lots of resources, they have academics, and we also gave them the flexibility to work and utilize other corporations, entities within the state and outside of the state. We know that there's an amazing genealogical department in South Carolina at their African American Museum. We know that there are other organizations that have great historical data on African Americans in this country.
They treat us like we just got here. They treat us like we don't know who we are. They treat us like they don't know who we are. This is not as massive a production as they are making it out to be. You're talking about a handful of maybe children lost in the social services systems and those who may have been adopted. But you're not talking about a whole bunch of us out here in California that don't know who our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents are. We're not immigrant to this country. It is really offensive that they literally think that they can get this over just because the 1,100 pages didn't specifically say we're going to trace genealogy through the agency. Highly offensive.
And so, yes, the plan is for them to determine the process so that it can then go over to the agency, and an African American can go to the agency and say, I believe I'm a descendant, and this is the process in which they can actually verify their lineage.
Then I would make a comment, because I know that there's at least a couple of us on this panel that are genealogists for our own genealogy and have been doing it for decades. And I do this really old stuff. It does get into the 1700s where you
I'm
hit
sick of this
brick
bullshit.
walls
I gotta
and
fast forward,
there's
y'all.
nobody that certifies my work.
There was a
There's
lady
nobody
that
that
asked an
says I
impertinent
have sort
question
of
to tie
nailed it
Chris back
with
in. Let me go
regard
to that.
to heading somewhere and having it. And so if that
I come from a family that does a lot of genealogy. I have not, I've done a little bit, I've dabbled in it, but I'm not completely immersed in it. But I do have family members who have really immersed in genealogy. And of course, depending on where you come from, there are better records than others. It is a, you know, human touched space, which has the ability to be faulty on that end. I think that's one of the reasons why people are pursuing the DNA component to see, you know, originally where their families came from. I think, and I understand the purpose of what you're trying to do here. I think it's going to be very, very difficult. A little easier for some folks, a little harder for other folks because of lack of records, especially within the history of the Black community. It would be very, very difficult to actually follow that genealogy. I had a question with regards to the comment that stated that proposed bill conflicts with your other bill that you're currently with SB 518. I was kind of curious if I could hear from you.
I don't know of any conflict, so you'd have to ask the person who stated.
Oh, okay.
Happy to speak to that, and also I would like to address, if I may, Chair, a couple other comments that were made by Senator Lay and Senator Cabaldon here as well.
If you could just speak to
sure.
Senator Ochoa-Bogue's question.
Every one of you was hopefully.
Now you see how they do, Chris. You let the Urban League come Johnny lately, and you give him 2 minutes, but Chris has got to speak specifically to her question. He can't elaborate or expound on what he's heard between these other senators.
Hopefully given a couple of handouts before the hearing started. There's a handout, the one that has SB 437 on the front, it's a fact sheet, and then SB 518 on the other side. If you look to the gray arrows, those are the sections that specifically address Senator Ochoa-Bogue's question. The fact sheets for both bills say that the bills are doing the same thing. If you look at the language in the fact sheet, and if you read the bills themselves too, SB 518 creates a state bureau with a genealogy office to determine a process for how to determine lineage. SB 437 creates a research project to create a process for how to determine lineage. That is a direct conflict, literally a direct conflict. The two bills are in conflict with one another, and also respectfully, the task force, to Senator Weber's point earlier and to Senator Ochoa-Bogue's question, the task force recommended that the state create a state agency with a genealogy office, to create a process for those to help identify that they were descendants. They did not recommend that we do additional no start date and no end date research on how to determine who is a descendant. And that's actually what the bill does. That is actually what the bill does. The bill does not only ask the CSU to create a process for how to determine lineage. The bill also says that the CSUs need to research how that process is supposed to happen. That's not what the task force recommended. We don't need that additional research. What we need is to create the process and start actually doing genealogy services.
So,
that is what the bill, that's what the task force actually recommended.
So let me explain what the task force has recommended and what the bills do, since I've read the report and I'm the author of the bills. So the bill that is before you today will establish the process of how to determine one's lineage. It will do the research that was explicitly discussed in the task force language that I just read for you on how to determine one's lineage. Once that information has been determined, then that will be given to the genealogy division at the agency. And I stated that already, so that any African American or someone who believes they are a descendant, they may not even be African American because of what has happened during slavery, but they may have lineage to someone who was in chattel slavery, can go to the agency and say, I think I'm a descendant. The agency has the information on the ways in which they can then verify that through genealogical testing, and that's how it's done. So the CSU is doing the research to determine the best method or methods. We have the funds for that. We can get that started now. The agency is where the individuals will go to actually get that testing done.
Senator Choa-Bogue, did you have any further questions?
No, I'm good, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Thank you. No other questions from members. Senator Weber Pearson, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone who came to discuss the bill, those in support and those in opposition. You know, this is a work in progress, but really looking forward to the possibilities and respectfully ask for your aye vote on SB 437. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Weber Pearson. Do we have a motion on SB 437? We have a motion by Senator Cortese. Assistant, please call the roll.
File item 2, SB 437, Weber Pearson. Motion is due pass to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Perez?
Aye.
Perez, aye. Ochoa-Bogue?
No.
Ochoa-Bogue, no. Cabalden? Cabalden, aye. Choi? No. Choi, no. Cortese? Cortese, aye. Gonzalez? Gonzalez, aye. Laird? Laird, aye.
Okay, so that so the vote is out. 5 ayes, 2 noes, and the it is due pass to the Senate Judiciary Committee. So we will go ahead and move.
So you see this process and what happens to us in this fight. Right, Mary. Listening to this, my blood pressure is going up. You see how these demon rats, this is the daughter of Dr. Shirley Weber, author of AB 3121, and how we got a task force in the first place. Her bill. Her daughter is running interference to pay Cal State University millions of dollars to study how to study where we descend from. When the genealogist himself said that Family Search and Ancestry.com, which I don't believe in, I think they're lying about my DNA in particular. We are those copper people that were here before Columbus. Anyway, he had already said that this is the way to do it, which means you don't need to study or research how to do it. You just recommended 2 sites on how to get this done. So if that wasn't bad enough, another betrayal. SB 437 passed, and then we found out that the Republican, Bill Asaley, who was on the floor trying to motion to bring the bills that the California Black Legislative Caucus approved and then denied a motion on the floor because Newsom was concerned about Kamala losing the election. If the bills were to pass, he would have to veto before elections. So he got in bed with the California Black Legislative Caucus to ensure that the bills would never come to the floor. And then he pulled a fast one. Let's talk about it. We have no friends, family. Let me share my screen. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. He played them. How a GOP reparations bill splintered supporters of California's Black Caucus. Hold on, family. On Wednesday, Bill Asaley was sworn in as the U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, casting doubt over the fate of his assembly bills. You know, the one he took on to help us to get the Office of Freedmen Affairs established, that same agency that Aquila conveniently states that California State University needs to study the best genealogy tool to find out if we're true descendants of the emancipated, which will be determined at the agency. Bill took that bill on and did not tell us he was running for the U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California. And now the bill is just hanging in the wind. At a time when the political climate calls for strong and steady leadership, many Black Californians are losing faith in the lawmakers they sent to Sacramento to deliver on a justice agenda anchored by reparations. It has enabled one of Capitol's chief disruptors, a conservative firebrand, to seize an opportunity to highlight the Democratic Party's hypocrisy by championing a reparations bill that competes with a similar measure put out by the California Legislative Black Caucus. That's that SB 437. And one of the state's preeminent reparations groups has made the eye-opening decision to back this version of reparations legislation rather than the Black Caucus's proposal, deeming the Republican lawmaker Assembly Member Bill Asaley from Corona more trustworthy. Until he wasn't. At least until this week. On Tuesday, Asaley resigned from his assembly seat to become a federal prosecutor for the Trump administration. Now, leading reparations advocates look like they got played. The rift within the economic justice movement grew deeper, and the future of Asaley's legislation is up in the air. Supporters of his bill have already been making Zoom calls to lawmakers, hoping to find a new sponsor. If they fail, the measure dies, as intended. Either way, the rancor between the Black Caucus and some of its most vocal constituents remains. It breaks my heart, lamented Assemblymember Isaac Bryan, another traitor from the California Legislative Black Caucus, a demon rat from Culver City. I'm not sure how you pick up the pieces and repair the relationship. This has done tremendous damage. You don't, because you can't be trusted. You're the same one that ran interference when Bill Asaley was trying to motion to get the bills on the floor so they could pass, and we wouldn't even be at this juncture. People on both sides are throwing shade. I can't say I blame them. Some spurn supporters say they half expect to be insulted and disappointed again this year. It's hard to trust in the process or even in the caucus when you can't tell who is being serious about reparations and who doesn't mind failing so long as they can claim that they tried. Y'all know that's the famous Demon Rack Square. That's their square. We tried while running interference the whole while undermining us the whole time. Recently, Black Caucus leaders predicted in interviews with Cal Matters that their so-called road to repair package of 16 priority proposals would win lawmakers and the governor's approval and ultimately help right decades of racial wrongs.
Yeah, because there's nothing in them. This is as empty as CARICOM. They're redoing everything that we took 2 years out of our lives to create on that task force. They want to get rid of all those recommendations and come in with their do-nothing burgers of their own bills, which, as you saw, got passed. Recently, Black Caucus leaders predicted in the interviews, let me keep going. In that package is a foundational measure designed to be a first step toward reparations. Authored by who? State Senator Akilah Weber-Pearson, the San Diego area doctor who chairs the Black Caucus. Senate Bill 518 would create a state agency called the Bureau for the Descendants of American Slavery. Well, we've already got those recommendations in those 1,100 pages. We've got the name, we've got the bills, which would develop a database of descendants of enslaved persons. And that's about all it will do, if that. Another bill linked to it would pay California State University $6 million to research the best way to verify people's genealogy. That's what we just tried to defeat, SB 437. So I guess now, instead of going into the Pan-Africans' pockets, they're going to put it in the pocket of CSU and give them half of the money earmarked for the agency that was going to do genealogy through the agency. They want to study how to study where we descend from, while at the same time saying, well, Ancestry.com and Family Search can do the job. But you want $6 million to study to tell us the same damn thing. Soon after, Saley introduced AB 1315, which would create a California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. This is the one this is ours from the task force hearings. Saley was going to introduce, soon after, Saley introduced AB 1315, which would create the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency to also determine reparations eligibility. Only it wouldn't spend $6 million on research. That measure does not have the Black Caucus's endorsement, even though its language is right out of the reparations playbook and is similar to a popular bill that was pulled on the final day of the session last year. Capitalizing on a broken promise, Saley is known for being a political provocateur. He sometimes revels in the ire he stirs up among his Democratic colleagues. For instance, last year, he was removed from 2 legislative committees and his mic was turned off mid-speech at least twice because of his antics. Once during an altercation, he had to be physically separated from Assemblymember Corey Jackson, a Moreno Valley Democrat he had goaded. Saley has said many times he's against paying cash repair, yet he swore he was serious about backing the reparations offering. He just left out that he was in the running for the U.S. attorney job. He was opposed to cash repair. We didn't really need him for that. We needed him for the agency. And some people believed him. The Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, one of the state's biggest reparations coalitions, wholeheartedly endorsed Saley's measure over the Black Caucus because the Black Caucus just stole our shit. To do nothing, to sit on it, to tie it up, to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Some of its leaders even posted pictures on social media with him. The seeds of their defection were planted last year when members of the Black Caucus yanked a couple of key reparations proposals just before lawmakers could vote on them. Many reparations supporters were shocked then and are still seething, as you can hear in my voice. They broke their own promise, says Camila Moore, former chairperson of the state's reparations task force. 2 years ago, the 9-member state-appointed panel created a massive report for lawmakers on how slavery and racism devastated generations of Black citizens. Moore seems less troubled by Saley's departure. She told me Saley assured her in a text message that the bill isn't dead, and advised her group to contact the new Republicans who have expressed interest in it. Without the controversy usually swirling around Asali now gone, she thinks it might be easy to find other sponsors. This is truly a blessing in disguise, she said. The bill itself is strong and rooted in the task force's recommendations. Our bill, that is, not Dr. Pearson, Dr. Aquiles. Even though the Black Caucus measure has a better chance than a legislature dominated by Democrats, demon rats, reparations supporters remain divided. Because you see what they do. They want half of the money that New Scum has earmarked for the agency to go to Cal State University to study how to determine our genealogy. Chris Watson, the leader of the coalition, put it this way in a recent social media post. Black Americans willing to support the best policy, no matter who it comes from, is scary to these people, he wrote on X. And when you escape the Democratic Party plantation and think for yourself, unafraid to support good common sense ideas, no matter what party it comes from, the first people to be mad at you are the people who are benefiting from keeping us where we are. It doesn't help that some people are suspicious of the decision to spend $6 million, half the state's money set aside for reparations work, on a Cal State genealogy project. Asali insisted he and other Republicans are ready to listen, and that reparations is a concept worth debating. Although he doesn't like cash repair, he wouldn't mind it in the form of private school vouchers or small business loans, he recently told me. But there's another reason he backed the Freedmen's Bureau idea. He knows it may embarrass the demon rats. Asali likes the mind game, and we don't give a damn about the games. We give a damn about the people that are leaving here in droves because they can no longer afford to be here. Don't hate the player, he says. If the opportunity to embarrass the demon rats, if I have the opportunity to embarrass the demon rats, I'm going to do it, he explained last month. This is politics, okay? If I've got the opportunity to court a new group of voters, why wouldn't I? Reluctant to speak. Few state legislatures or national reparations experts want to talk about it. Out of more than a dozen professors, advocates, and lawmakers I called or emailed about this unexpected twist, only a few came to the phone to comment. This is another traitor, Dr. William Darity. Yes. Yes. He was out here and being pulled in on the task force for his expertise, all the while is opposed to state repair. William Darity Jr., a Duke University economist who consulted with the Reparations Task Force, suggested starting with state repair bureaus isn't the best route anyway. Pursuing federal reparations is a sure bet, he told me. How is it a sure bet when we've gotten farther on our state efforts than we ever have federally? Because all they want to do is the same damn thing, study it into perpetuity. But Dr. Darity has been paid. What's his book? I thought it was in my library. I can't think of the name. From Here to Equality. There it is. Yeah. So he's paid $1 bazillion, came out with a part 2. Yvette Carnell from #ADOS Advocacy Foundation is in bed with Isaac Bryan, the very one who stopped our bills from going to the floor, complimenting and commending him, doing whole shows on him, and disparaging CJ. She all the way in Atlanta speaking on the stuff we're doing out here. How does that work? That you get to have an opinion and get in bed with our common enemy. Running interference. All these people are grifters. All they want to do is make money. They never want reparations to come into fruition. While they get paid. Ain't no sure bet with federal repair when they want to study us into perpetuity and be given $20 million to just study. This doesn't need to be studied. The only thing that needs study is the amount. James Gregory, a history professor at the University of Washington, says his state's recent approach to reparations is working. In the past year, the state has lent $16 million in down payment assistance to people of color whose families were discriminated against by restrictive covenant laws. That is not reparations. Giving our reparations to immigrants in the form of loans is not reparations for the Negro descendant. In California, Weber Pearson's office says she is apparently too busy for a phone interview. How convenient on one of her most high-profile proposals, though she provided some comments via email. You see, they're playing political theater and political football with the Negro life down here in California. The fact that my Republican colleague introduced a bill similar to mine, no, our bill came first. He took it on because y'all refused to allow the bill to come to the floor. Liar. The fact that my Republican colleague introduced a bill similar to mine speaks volumes about the bipartisan nature of this issue. Weber Pearson wrote, both bills reflect a shared commitment to repairing the generational damage inflicted on Black Californians and righting past wrongs. But of course, her proposed legislation is better, she says, because it would also create a division to help families regain land or property taken through racist eminent domain practices. That was the second bill. I just told y'all at the top of the hour about these two bills. One was to establish an agency. The other was to return that land stolen by eminent domain. They blocked both bills of the caucus that she's the president over. Demon rats. When I asked her why the Black Caucus is floating their new legislation instead of just reintroducing last year's measure, I was told the old one needed amendments to make it palatable for a fickle ally, Governor Gavin Newsom. New scum, as I refer to him. And when she says to make it palatable for him, that means to ensure we kick the can until he turns out and this returns back into the nothingness from which it came. We are being used by the demon rats so they can stay in power and in control. They have no intention on making us whole. We believe these changes make the package much stronger, and we are fully confident that all the Black Caucus bills will reach the governor's desk and be signed into law, she wrote. Yeah, because you're taking half the money that was earmarked for the agency to line y'all's pockets and to make sure we don't have enough to do what we got to do, and creating new bills when ours will suffice. We believe these changes make the package much stronger, and we are fully confident that all the Black Caucus bills will, jumping. She also claims that legislation doesn't create any unnecessary bureaucracy and will use existing state agencies for many of its functions. Of course, the way you repurpose everything intended for us. It'll leave us and take care of immigrants and line y'all's pockets. That's what it will do. That's less clear to me, since it looks like Asseli's proposal would enable the Freedmen Agency to start its work immediately, while the Black Caucus new agency might have to wait for research results with no open nor ending date, as Chris just revealed to y'all. The legislation funding the genealogical study notably does not list a deadline. That research will be worth it, insists Isaac Bryan. It can't be. I checked this box because I know I have a relative. We need the agency structure, but we also need the genealogical methodology, he said, for $6 million. When the man just told you Ancestry.com and FamilySearch.org or whatever it was I typed in there would suffice. So far, none of the new reparations measures have had a hearing. While we're waiting, how likely is it that the two sides might come together and reconcile their bills? I am open to collaborating with anyone who is sincerely committed to addressing and repairing the historical harms endured by Black Californians, lion-ass Weber Pearson said diplomatically. Because they checkmated Asali, who's gone off into the weeds, leaving our bills abandoned. No different than the California Black Legislative Caucus has done. Isaac Bryan's ass also said his door will remain open to work with any legislator, though he doubted Asali was ever serious. He said Asali had to know he was on the list of U.S. attorney jobs and should have leveled with his bill's supporters. That he should have done. That I agree. I think if you try to collaborate with known opposition with someone who has opposed Black people, they got some MF nerve and who has never passed a piece of legislation of his own, you can't be surprised when he leaves you hanging and you look foolish, Bryan said. You see, him and Yvette Carnell are more interested in making CJEC and those of us who are working in the mud down here look foolish than they are to get any real repair done for the people. That's what they're more invested in, getting back at CJEC for going the way of Asali to get their bills through. Look at them gloating. He played them. They thought they were playing chess with the Black Caucus, and he was playing chess with them on behalf of the MAGA movement. Still, the Black Caucus and Newsome haven't shown they can deliver either. And there's no guarantee they'll stand behind this year's legislation, and they won't. Before Californians can be taken seriously as a state that seeks to repair the real damage in its past, its leaders will first have to restore the belief that they can keep their promises. Trick no good. Advocates blame Black lawmakers for unsigned reparations bills, but Newsome deserves more of the scrutiny. California's political leaders recently signed a lengthy, well-written proclamation listing the many ways state government has supported and endorsed slavery and upheld and perpetuated racial segregation and discrimination. They're poised to memorialize that apology on a plaque in the Capitol. I think that plaque in the Capitol was going to run us about $500,000 of that $12 million that was earmarked for the agency, whose bills did not make it to the floor because of the California Black Legislative Caucus. A plaque, y'all. I am so sick of symbolism. I could just spit. That politicians are willing to tell the truth about California's less than noble history is significant. California joins other states acknowledging an unjust past, including Florida, Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, Alabama, New Jersey, and Iowa. What's also notable is Governor Gavin Newsom signing into law several other measures that the California Legislative Black Caucus deemed reparations bills. Now people of color can get advance notice when their grocery or drugstore close, better protections against their discrimination at work or school, and better access to reading material should they ever become incarcerated. Don't be surprised, though, if many of us with an extra dose of melanin aren't flashing grateful grins or sighing with relief. These bills don't come anywhere close to reversing or repairing the present day or historical effects of racism, nor can apology calm my disquiet over the fraught state of today's politics, statewide or national, which, as a Black woman, I often see in racial terms. In a broader sense, the newly signed reparations measures and apology have failed to quell conflicts rolling many of California's reparations activists its Black legislators and some of its civic-minded Black residents. They're on edge, fighting among themselves and presenting a fractured front to an outside world that often is hostile and only sometimes pays attention to their demands for justice. At its heart, this is a crisis of trust, a struggle between opposing groups of reparations and reparations supporters and the people they helped elect, the Black Caucus members. Dropping the ball on reparations, State Senator Stephen Bradford, one of the caucus members, authored 3 measures that initially the caucus did not embrace. Yet these contested bills, had they been approved, could have had more of an impact on and strengthened the case for reparations than most of the other bills that got Newsom's imprimatur. They certainly could have made California's foray into reparations mean more than just an apology. 2 of the bills never made it to the governor's desk, though both had sufficient support to easily pass both houses, according to Bradford. One, Senate Bill 1403, would have established a California American Freedmen Affairs Agency to help families research and bring reparations cases. The other, SB 1331, would have established and seated a reparations fund which could gather public and private donations. The bills made it through committees, and even through the suspense file, where numerous bills quietly die each year before winning Senate approval. But the morning the Assembly was set to vote on them without much warning, the Black Caucus members pulled both bills off the floor. A few lawmakers, some of them REPUGNIKKLANS, not known for championing civil rights causes, objected to the last-minute retraction. This is Reginald Jones Sawyer, to the left of Stephen Bradford. To the it might be y'all's right. This one here. Y'all see that? Yeah, this is the one that we're laughing when they pulled those bills as they were ending the session, had our people up on the Hill for 2 days. This one was laughing at us, that they defeated us because this asshole here voted for race-based reparations. He was one of the 4 that voted against lineage-based reparations, even though Dr. Shirley Weber testified that you can't do anything based on race, it will be denied. Bradford said he was blindsided by the caucus. People across the nation were watching us, which is another reason why SCRILLA lost, which is another reason I'm pushing my protest voter strategy through the 26 midterms, through 28. I intend to break the back of the demon rats until they're begging us to cut our checks. Holding out hope, and we dropped the ball, Bradford told me later. At the end of the day, we disappointed millions of people. A third Bradford bill, SB 1050, did make it through both houses of the legislature, only it was vetoed by Newsom. The bill would have helped restore ownership or compensated people when property or homes were taken for racist reasons. Newsom said he couldn't approve it because there is no agency. Read, no Freedmen's agency to administer it. You see the games they play? A deal on the table. Advocates were hopping mad at members of the Black Caucus. There were calls for opposition candidates and for campaigns against Black lawmakers up for re-election. A few people phoned in to radio talk shows or spoke emotionally at public gatherings about feeling betrayed and angry, sometimes directing comments at the people they had voted or volunteered for. You all had a deal on the table. All you had to do was bring it down for a vote, said Kansa Jones Muhammad, who goes by Friday Jones and is the president of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and a member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. There were allegations of doxing and threats against lawmakers. Newsom chided such complainers in the press, saying they owed lawmakers an apology. Kiss our asses! But he was silent on his role in the controversy and his opinions of the bills because he was only using us He was only using us to stay in power. During the pandemic, when there was a recall, when his cracker ass was sitting up in Malibu somewhere, dining unmasked while shutting down businesses and schools for the rest of the state. He used us to stay in power. And we, thinking that we were going to get reparations through him, went out to support him and to push for him to survive the recall. At a recent State of Black California forum in Sacramento, normally a state affair featuring demographic discussions and statistics, a public Q&A devolved into a loud cross-examination of elected officials and nonprofit leaders. Audience members wanted to know why Bradford's 2 reparations bills were pulled and what is going to happen now to the $12 million Newsom put in the state budget for reparations next year. Many in the audience made it clear they want that money directed toward reparations, but they were surprised to learn that the Black Caucus, in a letter to Newsom, recommended half the money go to the California Black Freedmen Fund, a statewide outreach and empowerment nonprofit. Instead, they got SB 437 passed to take that $6 million for themselves for California State University. The Freedmen Fund is not a reparations organization and did not ask for the money, said Mark Philpott, its executive director, seeking to reassure the crowd. Nevertheless, some voiced skepticism. Organizers threatened to end the meeting early if people didn't behave with decorum. It's hard to behave with decorum when you're being legislated out of the state you love. Actions behind the scenes. It's understandable that community members are unsure how much credence to give to what some leaders say, but they should be aiming equal portions of ire at Newsom, who has manipulated the situation from behind the scenes. Not only did Newsom veto the reparations bill that would have created a way for people to regain land taken from them, he also tried amending away Bradford's Freedmen's Bureau bill. His office proposed a change that would have gutted the bill and instead required 2 more years of studying the issue rather than forming a bureau. Well, he's got it now through SB 437. Bradford said he rejected Newsom's amendment outright without consulting the rest of the caucus, who later were angry with him for not consulting with them about it, because they're all in bed with Newsom. On Thursday, a half-dozen advocates held a press conference in LA accusing Black Caucus members of conspiring with Newsom and disrespecting the voters who put them in office. They urged the legislature to override Newsom's veto of the property reclamation bill. Various members of the caucus gave varying reasons for holding back Bradford's bills, all lies. Some said the bills weren't ready and were lacking some details. Others said the governor planned to veto them and potentially kill other reparations measures in the future. Still others disagree with the Freedmen Bureau idea and believe nonprofits currently exist that can handle reparations services without needing government oversight. Of course, without government oversight, it goes directly into their pockets. We'll never see a dime. Of course, getting the government involved can invite years of excess red tape, delay, and inefficiency. That don't matter to Keela, nor the rest of the caucus. SB 437 with no start, no end date to study how to study genealogy. Lord, I wish you Moya would come on in here. He's not here. But government involvement also carries a legal obligation of transparency. Bull! That is valuable and much harder to impose on private entities using public dollars. There are already too many cases of private agencies misusing public money. Hello, what's it called? USA. What is it called? Yeah. Doge. How much money they're finding that the demon rats have been laundering forever. They've been in power 16 to 20 years. Fighting for crumbs. Newsom, on the other hand, has had too easy a time with reparations. He's got mostly accolades and some blowback, mostly from Fox News viewers unlikely to vote for him for championing the state's reparations task force in 2020. But that was when the nation cared that a Minneapolis police officer murdered a black man as onlookers recorded it by phone. Since then, Newsom has been nearly silent on the task force's 200 plus recommendations. 200 plus recommendations, y'all. Did you hear the words coming out of my mouth? There is no need to reinvent the wheel to give us nothing. He created a distance likely to avoid harming his own ambitions and that of other demon-ratted candidates worried about how reparations would play to voters in an election year. That's what I told y'all. Even in California, polls show majorities frowning on black people getting paid for the enslavement and discrimination of their now deceased family members. They don't have a problem with them getting paid, but they got every problem with us as the descendants being paid. Even though Reconstruction 1.0 never took place. Yet when Newsom allocated $12 million in reparations funding, he got credit for being the first governor to do so, even though no one believes that will ever be enough. In fact, that money is so little compared to the state's $300 billion budget, it's like a crumb compared to a cake. It makes this controversy look petty, like black activists and caucus members are fighting over a crumb that Newsom left them. As long as they fight, Newsom stays out of the fray and doesn't have to do much on reparations. I'm going to end that right there. You can visit calmatters.org to drill down on what happened September 6, 24 and the like. Let me come over here and see what y'all got to say about it. I'm going to start at the top. It's 8:36. This is why I tell y'all we must finish the demon rats for their intentional neglect of the Negro. We got to finish them. Every election cycle. You can't vote the couch. You have to unash your couch and get to the polls. Because when you sit these elections out, this is how these immigrants get through. The ones that are out here determining the fate. You got blacks, but you got melanated immigrants intertwined. You got even a white man I saw on the California Legislative Black Caucus. The soil is not being represented. So you need to do two things. You need to run for office and you need to get out to these polls to defeat the demon rats. They were the ones to declare war first. And as you already know, when the demon rats are in control of the country, Negroes are the only ones in distress. They're liars. They overpromise and always underdeliver. They'll do whatever it takes to get your vote. And when you become as few in number as we are in California, it's very, very difficult to unseat them. Because the immigrants are larger than us. And my goal is to ensure that you guys don't go the way of California. Because once you do, you have no power and no say. And you see the REPUGNIKKLANS and the demon rats get us swept up in political football, all the while intending to not do a hot damn thing for us. Let's take it from the top. I will read the pertinent comments to try to get us out of here. I have other stories to bring you. I'll try to come back, if not this week, on Sunday.
Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome to the live. I'm just reading the pertinent ones, okay? That's correct, Michael. In 1994, Florida Governor Lawton Chiles signed the Florida House Bill 591, which provided compensation and scholarships to survivors and descendants of the Rosewood Massacre, a 1923 racial violence. Very true. How can I get a copy of the Commission's Reparations book? Martin Norwood asked. You know what, family? I have to research that, but I think you could get it from the state. Let me Google that. Hold on. I don't even think you can get a bound copy like that anymore. I think that bound copy was just for certain elected officials. I don't think they ever sold that copy. Let me check. To obtain a hardcover book related to the California Task Force, you can search for specific titles on online retailers like Amazon.com. Hold on. Or Abe Books. Determine which California Task Force you're interested in. Okay. Search online retailers. Check for availability. Look for hardcover editions of relevant books. Consider used bookstores. No, the final report of the California Task Force toward a state, the final report of the California Task Force to promote self-esteem. No, that's not it. Hold on. California, hold on. Reparations. To obtain a hardcover copy of the California Reparations Task Force report, you can likely request one from the California Department of Justice or check with your local library or university library as they may have copies. Hold on. Here's a more detailed explanation. The California Reparations Task Force was established by California Assembly Bill 3121, and its work is overseen. You could check their website for information on how to request a copy of the report or contact them directly. Okay, so you have to contact the California DOJ, the Department of Justice. Let me put the link in here. Hold on. Okay. Copy link address. I'm sharing it in the comments, okay? It'll be at the bottom of the chat. Love My Folks states, Shirley Weber's daughter was or still is married to an African man. Oh my God. Well, I know that Shirley was at one point, I do believe, as well. Her goal is to find a way to add melanated immigrants to our claim or have cash reparations scrapped. Yeah, ever since we prevailed on lineage-based repair, this has been the mission, Love My Folks. It's tragic. TRP, what is your advice to Shirley Weber to aggressively push Governor Gavin Newsom to sign the reparations bill immediately? Any strategy for her? Thanks. I don't have any strategy. No, I don't have any strategy. Listen, I gave this 2 years of my life. I, decided to do a broadcast about it, especially given Bill Assaley's recent, dismissal of the bill. I mean, he's abandoned the bill in his promotion. So I don't know what to suggest. I don't know that Shirley Weber, can even push Newsom to sign anything. This is now in the hands of the California Black Legislative Caucus, and you see what they're doing to it, making sure it goes nowhere. TRP, I saw your interview with Dawn Page, a supporter for Tom Steyer in 2020. What would you say to her that DEMONRATS are finished with Black American Freedmen voters? Thanks. Well, Dawn and I are still very much comrades in this fight. I too was in support of Tom Steyer as well. I think Marianne Williamson had dropped out. I'm not really sure how that came to be, but we worked together. So, I mean, she's very fully aware that the DEMONRATS have abandoned us, and that's why we abandoned them at the polls. This election cycle, we had a protest voter strategy that I originated that went viral and was able, and then there were other people telling our people in particular to vote the couch and to not come out. So that also helped to usher in a win for Trump. There were larger numbers of them, I think, that sat it out than there were that went to the polls for Trump. But 28% of our I think it was more than that. I think they're lying about the number of Black women. They're trying to claim there was only 8% of us. I totally disagree. I don't believe these polls like that. I believe it was far more Black women in support of Trump than what they will admit to. But yeah, so, she's fully aware that we've been abandoned, and she holds spaces in X often to speak on these very issues. And she's very much still in the fight. We have turned it a little differently to tie ourselves into the budget, sitting on certain commissions in your states that have the money so you can impact how that budget is spent. You saw Newsom give $12 million towards the agency, $6 million now that the senators just voted on to give to Cal State University to study how to study our genealogy. So now we're down to about $6 million. A little less than that because $500,000 was spent on that apology plaque that nobody asked for that symbolism. So we've got to defeat them with the only commodity we've got left. And that's what happened. I believe more of us voted for Trump than what they're saying, especially more Black women. I don't believe it was 23% Black men and only 8% of Black women. And then those that vote the couch. But we must show up to the polls so that we can vote out these immigrants that are running and dominating our politics, which they should not. They should not. Let me see if I can find this to share it with you quickly. She was great, this young sister with a bonnet on. Let me see if I can find it. There she is. Okay, let me share this with you and why immigrants, especially the melanated ones, should not be in control of our politics. Let me share my screen. It should be illegal and unconstitutional for melanated immigrants, fraudulently or otherwise, to speak on behalf of the freedmen. Let me share what this young sister had to say about it.
So I just seen a piece of the interview that Byron Donald said when he was being interviewed on the Breakfast Club, talking about the reason why he is against reparations is because he is the son of a Jamaican father and a Panamanian mother. And this reasoning here is why we want y'all to help out our politics. Don't continue to black us or try to manipulate us or gaslight us into thinking that it is xenophobic to not want to be represented by somebody that is not us. And no other group of people do y'all try to push this. And no other group of people do y'all want anybody but Asians represent Asians, Hispanics represent Hispanics. Y'all know exactly what y'all are doing. You feel what I'm saying? Anything that does not benefit y'all amongst us, y'all hinder. And this is a problem to us. Feel what I'm saying? You could always move back home and fight your government for what is owed to your people and your lineage, but y'all will never plan on moving back. This y'all got in cahoots about. Y'all never going to leave. Therefore, anything that y'all can't benefit from or weasel y'all way into, y'all want to hinder. Y'all want to black us. You feel what I'm saying? It's mighty funny how y'all like to play stupid conveniently. Nobody knows what a real true Black American is. Nobody knows what a foundational Black American is. Nobody knows what this lineage-based cult is. But it's mighty funny. The moment that y'all enter our politics, y'all smarten the fuck up instantly. Y'all understand instantly who we are, what you cannot benefit from, and what you can. And as long as we say skin is skin, y'all can benefit and y'all are in. Y'all understand this completely once y'all into politics. How the hell that work? How the hell y'all dumping in a box of rocks until y'all enter some shit that can affect us? How the hell that work? Yes. Y'all represent immigrants. Okay? And only in Hispanic politics, Hispanics are represented by Hispanics. In Asian politics, Asians are represented by Asians. And yet, the Black caucus is filled up with immigrant children who are against anything for foundational Black Americans that they can't benefit from. Y'all ain't nothing but a new and improved version of Christopher Columbus. Y'all can try to flip this either way you want to, any way you want to. But anybody who can move to a different country and actively participate in hindering a group of people, that's colonization, my brother, no matter which way you put it.
And so, you heard the sister. This is what's happening. This is what happens when you don't run for office and when you don't go to the polls to vote. You've got to get to a place where you vote against Crayola wanton white supremacy. You see, the white folks love this. They love for us to niggardly get caught up in a cycle of, gerrymandering our own votes by voting the couch and being caught up in identity and respectability pie tricks. They love that because they no longer have to do it. They love flat blackness, which is why Mark Morial from the National Urban League was able to just show up in the 11th hour and prevail against the 20,000 of us who were showing up for delineation. And this is why we need delineation, so we can be represented, because most of the groups that she named, the Asians, the Hispanics, the Latinos, the Africans, the Caribbeans, they've got their caucus, and then they got ours. We're just simply being taxed without representation. You see how clever that is? To put people that look like you and flatten blackness as skin tone versus ethnicity in this country? To put people in power that based on black skin to tell you no and to get over? If we can't get a piece of it, you'll get none of it. Love my folks just shared that. That's exactly what's happening because we refuse to run for office, and we refuse to go to the polls to vote against this, akin to how 86% of our electorate voted against Trump, which delivered Joe Crow and Skamala. They have found a way to weaponize the Negro vote to keep us bottom cast. And they must be punished. Hi, George from Huntsville, Alabama. Welcome to the live. I see you, reps. Stakeholders. The stakeholders are the grassroots. This is disgusting to see daughter undo her mother's legacy. Reps? Oh, child, you know I'm hotter than fish grease, right? Hotter than fish grease. Lord of mercy. Michael says, it sounds to me that Weber Pearson wants to do more additional studies for genealogy and lineage-based reparations for Black American freedmen in California. No, Michael, what it is a stall tactic. They want to keep this going into perpetuity. This has become no different than HR 40. We don't need none of what Aquila is offering because it's already designated in the 200 proposals from the California Reparations Task Force that Gavin Newsom sent us off to study for 2 years while he drove a $96 billion surplus down to an $88 billion deficit spent on the pandemic and illegals. This is a stall tactic so that this will go the way of the dodo bird. It sounds to me that Weber Pearson wants to do more additional studies for genealogy and okay, no, she wants to kick the can. $2 million, that money should have went to ETM Media and yourself. Yes, reps, exactly. That was supposed to be earmarked for the media to get the word out about the task force hearings so we could have more participation. If it wasn't for the grassroots all over the country from the former ADOS movement getting involved, we probably would not have prevailed on lineage-based repair. They were the ones phoning in, calling in, watching the broadcast, supporting us. They gave us the lift. And that money, something center, the Bunch Center. Let me look up. It's going to bother me unless I get it. Bunch Center. Where is it? UCLA. Ralph J. Bunch Center. That is who they gave that $2 million to. It went totally unaccounted for. Reps. And Cheryl Grill's task force member and president of NARC was overseeing those monies that were earmarked to the Bunch Center for mass marketing of the task force. The only way they knew about it was because of myself and ETM. We were there every day, ETM more than me. Towards the end, when I saw the BS, I had to check out for my mental health because I saw where it was going. Let me keep going. Love my folks. Cheryl Grill selected the Ralph Bunch Center to launder the money. There, I said it. The $2 million has yet to be accounted for. No advertising was done. Correct, love my folks. Correct. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to 6 of the measly 12 million that was earmarked for our Freedmen Affairs Agency. Money laundering. You have no start and no end date. And $6 million.
The Bureau is a waste of time. I'd be more comfy with the Church of Latter-day Saints verifying genealogy since they have all the records. Yes, love my folks. I'm with you. Hi, Gwen XOXO. Good to see you, fam. Rep says, now I do want the Freedmen Affairs Bureau to be a one-stop shop to get Black American eligible for reparations. Yes, reps, that's what we all want, but those are the bills that they refuse to allow to come to the floor. And then Newsom vetoed the one that would have restored the land that was stolen by eminent domain. A large part of why Skamala lost. The nation was watching that reparations fight and what happened to us. And that's why we must keep the pressure on, and we must protest vote. We must continue to protest vote for several election cycles until we literally break the demon rats. They should never hold power again. No. They don't get power until they give us a way that these monies are going to be directly targeted to our bank accounts. No more games. No more weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust to uplift everybody but us. No more using our reparations, taxes, and Social Security to take care of everybody but us. That's done. And I'm doing everything in my power using my voice to defeat them come the midterms. 28, 30, 32. Oh, yeah. They must be punished. We must return the missiles with the only commodity we've got left, our vote. Not for long. If we allow them to get back in control of the House and the Senate, it's not going to be good for us. If we allow them to take control again, that's going to be the end of the line. I'm just giving you a peek into your future based on what I've lived out here in California. We must defeat them. We must show up in Obama-style numbers and defeat them. You see what they're doing to us? Using us as political theater like a political football. Playing. Both sides are. But the demon rats are who owe us. We've been their most loyal voter base for 70 plus years. And you notice how when the REPUGNIKKKLANS are in control of the country, we can literally relax. We can take some time out and allow the antebellum whites and the Ellis Island whites to thug it out. The melanated immigrants, everybody's wondering, why aren't the Negroes outside with us protesting? We are living our soft life on vacation. But it's very different when the demon rats are in control. We are the only ones in distress. That must be defeated at the polls. Just a second, guys. I'm scrolling. Ivy Dream says, I have my ancestors' census records, Freedmen Bureau records, voters registration in 1867 in Texas and in other southern states. This is not hard, as they pretend not to know who we are, so they never have to make us whole. You're getting a peek into the games they'll play if it ever makes it to the federal level. We need a civic education. We could have easily established historic districts to preserve heritage. We also need to come to a united agreement that we are self-interested. We are not in our charity era. Not anymore, love my folks. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Establishing, we're putting up the gate. We are putting up the gate. Be proud of yourselves. I'm going down. Love My Folks shares, less than 3% of African slaves came to the North America. Most slaves were the pale-skinned slaves and Moors, Berbers. 98% of us are Indians, according to Dr. Claude Anderson. Love My Folks, which book can I read more about that? I love Dr. Claude Anderson. I've heard him touch on it in different circles, but I would love to read more. But it's absolutely, I am coming to know this is the truth, just in the things I've been watching. And it's been really epic to see how easily these white folks are able to just erase our history, akin to what they're trying to do now, you know. But it's high time for us to take our history into our own hands. I was just speaking with the son Powell, who's making great strides in Maryland with her own atonement efforts. She's not going the route of reparations. She did something extremely powerful where she's literally getting money earmarked for those of us who were harmed between, I want to say, oh, what dates did she give me? 1965 was the end date. From when the country was established to 1965. That's the harmed group. That's majority Negro descendants. So that's her approach. And it's really, really become effective. She's become a commissioner. She oversees about close to $5 million that is going to be parceled out to different grassroots organizations to get money into the hands of our community. Now, she's in Maryland, so that's not happening out here. But we've got to find other approaches to get this done. We can't just be stuck on reparations, because you see how willing they are to corrupt and co-opt it so that we never get anything. They're working on behalf of immigrants, not us. And I wanted Umoya on here to tell us what's the latest and the greatest. Let me see if I can get him on the phone. Hold on. Because he knows better than me. Hold on, guys. And dolls. He must be so busy.
Hey, what's up, Angela?
Oh my gosh, you answered the phone. I'll come on another time. Oh, I can't find the link. Okay, you're on the phone right now. We've got an audience watching. Can you just speak to us? Can you just, we hotter than fish grease after I went through the Assali piece and how we got here. And we would just love for you to bless us with some words to encourage us, to tell us y'all are doing something to counter the Repugnant Klan and the Demon Rat political theater, using our reparations as a football to not do anything. Do you have any words you can share with my viewing audience?
Well, first of all, can you hear me? That's number one.
Yes.
Coming through loud and clear?
You're on speaker.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. If you can give me like 1 minute, I just need to put on my headset just real quick, family. Just real quick.
Okay, cool. Y'all, we got him on the phone. He answered the call. That's how much clout I've got. I can call the HNICs and they pick up.
All right. What's up, man?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay, so I've got the phone up so my viewers can hear you as well. Can you please? I am so hot. The viewers are angry. We just went through from the time I gave testimony exposing
Amos Brown, all the way up and through is Saley's betrayal, not telling us that he was running for U.S. Attorney General, and how that caught us blindsided. I went through Cal Matters articles since I didn't have you come on. But now that you're here, what are we doing to get advances on our own bills? Because it's real clear that Akilah Weber and the Congressional Legislative Black Caucuses, along with Governor Newsom, are really running interference so that we never see a dime of reparations. I cannot believe that SB 437 passed when we had a good 20 people show up to oppose it. They only had about 3. And Chris made a very, very compelling argument to say no to that bill because it goes into direct conflict with one of 200 proposals from the task force. Do you have anything to smooth us out with?
Well, Angela, first of all, thanks for having me. My name is Umoya, by the way, for those who don't know, with EMN, the Mass Media Group. So thank you, Angela, as always, for your wonderful and your fight. You're always in the fight, so greatly appreciate you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for all you do. They know you so well over here. They probably even know how to spell your name as much as I mention you.
That's hilarious. Well, thank you for that, too. I wish I had some kind words I could say to smooth things out, but unfortunately, I don't. I don't know how much of SB 437 you went into and looked at, but if you look up the bill, they're actually allocating $6 million for the study as well. Part of that $6 million was actually initially supposed to go to the Freedmen Affairs Agency.
Yeah.
Or something relevant to that. Right now, actually, Kim, who's my partner in the Mass Media Group, we actually attended the CLBC press conference earlier this year, and Akilah Weber, Dr. Akilah Weber Pearson, and crew, aka CLBC, laid out their plan. And unfortunately, they changed their plan from reparations to the road to repair at the press conference. So basically from that moment till now, it's been all downhill. And our good friends over in CJEC, which I'm actually affiliated with CJEC, have been fighting hard to keep AB 1315, which I'm sure you've eloquently spoke to your viewership about Bill Asaley, and now he's moved on because he's been tapped by President Trump to become a U.S. Attorney now here in California. So right now, we don't know what's going to happen with AB 1315. That's the California Freedmen Affairs Agency.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they're going to find somebody else to pick up the bill. I mean, technically, it probably, because it's currently right now in the assembly. So possibly because it's already been introduced, we might actually have a senator that might pick it up. But hopefully there will be an assembly member that will be able to pick up the bill.
Well, thank you. I guess my next question would be, and I won't hold you long, but my next question would be, since this is such a demon-radically run state, and we have so few Republicans, what is the likelihood of us getting it passed? I mean, like, it seems to me like from what Isaac Bryan was saying, they're really taunting us. It reminds me of when Reginald Jones Sawyer laughed and mocked the people after standing outside for 2 days for our bills that they approved to come to the floor, only for them to pull the bills at the behest of Newsom. What is the likelihood of reparations really getting done in California, since we clearly see the DEMONRATS are working against us?
All right. Well, first of all, Angela, let me go back and make a disclaimer. I'm speaking on the behalf of UMOYA. I'm not speaking on behalf of CJEC or ETN Media Group. So I just want to put that out there. So when I say that, all right. So we are. I mean, first of all, it's very important in whatever situation that we are in as American freedmen to know who we are. And based on that, that's that fervor, that fight, that's what we get into, right? That's where we come from. We come from our ancestors.
Yeah.
And so we're going to continue that fight, no matter, as you call them, the DEMONRATS, if I'm correct in saying that, or the Republicans, or I don't know if you say something.
I
like
call
that.
them REPUGNIKKLANS with 3 Ks.
REPUGNIKKLANS. Well, there you go. That too. That 3. You know, it's very important that we remain focused, because if we don't remain focused, they're going to come at us with all kind of soft balls, hard balls, red balls, blue pills, red pills, and we just have to remain focused. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't honestly care what they do, what they say. We are focused on what we need to focus on with AB 1315. We plan on getting it into somebody's hands, regardless if they're Republican or Democrat. I personally believe in, you know, a policy over party all day, every day, any day. And, you know, for the people that are around me and that are focused with us, that's our goal. And that's how we got, even though the CLBC, right, they went and they did it. We can blame it on the governor all we want, but bottom line, it was the CLBC who blocked those bills. Bottom line, in the subject. You know, they should have just went through and say, you know what, governor, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to veto. That's not gonna be on us. But they were cowardice, right? And so we just have to keep focusing on what we need to do. And I'm sure you've probably said this, as you know, I'm saying this right now. If they don't get these bills through, especially the California Freedom Affairs Agency to start, then they just gonna have to get out the paint, meaning that we're gonna have to vote them out of office in 2026 and then 2028.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
Oh, do I? You know, I'm all about the protest voter strategy. That's how I got, 28% or more of our electorate to swing the vote towards Trump. It was a vote against the DEMONRATS and for deportation, closed borders. Because anyone sits up here and tells you they support immigration and reparations is a liar, because they're diametrically opposed. Okay? You can't be using our reparations to erase and replace us and be for reparations. It doesn't work that way.
Absolutely. Well, since you mentioned that, I actually got to go in the next couple minutes. But since you did mention that, everyone check out, if not already, if you haven't explained this to your viewership, SB 12, I believe it is. SB 12. That's the Immigrant and Refugee Bill. I don't know. I think it's headed to judiciary right now. I think it got past governmental organization. So that's SB 12. That's the Immigrant and Refugee Bill. There's also another bill that's going through, I don't know where it's at right now, but it's also the Latino Commission Bill. So the immigrants are definitely getting
everything
benefits with no study on top of it.
Yep. Yeah. I thank you so much for giving us just a few minutes of your time. And I look forward to when you can come and spend a little bit more time with us. Sorry you couldn't find the link, but I thank you for this time we've had together. I'll continue to read out the chat and pray us out. Thank you.
Well, Angela, as always, appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to have to build, definitely, when we get the time in. Family, just keep your heads up. We're going to get it, and we just got to keep moving.
Thank you.
Peace and reparations, family. Peace and reparations.
Peace and reparations, fam. Talk to you soon.
All right, fam.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
Y'all got to vote these people out. There's just no other way. We're not going to be able to do it. No other way. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, y'all. I was at a party on Saturday, I think it was Saturday. And one of my parishioners turned, she's not a parishioner, she's a friend, she's a sister to a parishioner, sister friend of mine from Memphis. And it was her 85th birthday. And I had sent her a Cash App or Zelle to her daughter for them to go shopping. And then I started feeling guilty because this particular friend, her birthday was in January, and I don't really know what to get people. I have my taste in clothes, my taste in handbags, my taste in jewelry, but my taste is not always everybody else's taste. And so I get stymied when it comes to what to give people. And so she was complaining, my sister friend who just texted me, that her feet, she needs a massage. You know, her feet were so sore from preparing for the party all day until the party ended. She was worn out. And I thought, aha, birthday gift. So I just started asking her, what's your Gmail, different things like that. And I went on Amazon, my favorite place to shop ever in the world. I went on there and I found an amazing foot massage with like 3 different settings. You fill it with water. It can warm the water and things of this nature for her to be able to get a foot massage whenever she pleases. So she was just texting me a thank you. She received it today. So check, that birthday gift is off the list. I love it. I love surprising people. And I love when I know what to give. Let's keep going. My God, I've had you guys here almost 3 hours. It is what it is. Okay, tell the truth and shame the storytellers. That's right, Mary Lee. That's a nice, polite way of saying liars. Okay, Rep says to Michael, we want only cash and land because that is what was stolen, not because of financial literacy. Okay. Well, Michael says that Philip Scott from African Diaspora News Channel, shout out to him, says to give us cash payment reparations, we are good. Financial literacy is optional. Well, I kind of agree with that to a degree, Michael. The reason being is folks love to get caught up in what we'll spend our reparations on. You never hear these conversations crop up when it comes to other groups. They never get grilled over, don't give them any money. They're just going to waste it on hair weaves and Jordans. If I choose to burn my reparations, ain't nobody's business if I do. So I kind of agree with Phil. Those of us that'll invest in real estate and the such, give us the cash, run us our Skrilla. But loans are not reparations. Okay? If we want to pay for an Ivy League education, we'll have the reparations that can do it. And then there will be those that will blow it on weaves and Jordans. But it ain't nobody's business if they choose to burn it in the middle of the ground. Nobody's business if they do. So I agree with Reps and Phil Scott. If you want to go to college, you have the money to do so now. But run us that Skrilla, and it ain't no one-time payment. We want that Skrilla in perpetuity. For as long as it took you to drive us into the bottom of the Titanic is as long as it will take for you to repair us. Akin to how you do the Jews for a Holocaust you had no hand in. Other than to be the blueprint for the Germans and the Nazis. Moving on. The brown skin, love my folks, the brown skinned Europeans came to America as indentured servants and colonists, especially the Carolinas. That's interesting. Love my folks, the brown skin Europeans. Hmm. I'm not sure you're talking about brown skin. Talk my lipstick off, y'all. It's getting warm in California. The brown skin Europeans. I'm not really sure who you're referencing. Let me go down. Unpack that in the bottom. Maybe I'll get there. One of the biggest breeding farms, says George Wichard III, was in Barbados. Well, I know that I saw a number. Oh, what book was that? Lord have mercy. Sean D. Rochester's book. I mean, I announced the book at the top of the intro, and now I can't recall the name of it. That's called I'm Very Tired, y'all. From what I read in his book, if my memory serves me, that when they decided to no longer do the transatlantic slave trade and import us, some of us, from Africa, because I'm coming to learn that many of us were already here. When they stopped that, I want to say we were about 750,000 prior to the breeding farms being introduced. Once the breeding farms were introduced, we grew to 4 million prior to our emancipation that we fought and won. And that's why these antebellum whites imported all of those Ellis Island whites because we were outnumbering them at that time. And they were afraid for retribution. So I don't know what you mean by the biggest breeding farms was in Barbados. I don't know how many slaves that generated. I don't know the numbers to compare which was bigger. Mary Lee says, yes, most of the slaves went to the Caribbean, Central and South America, not the U.S. Well, I tell you, I'm learning more and more about us being the indigenous people of this country. My DNA test says Ivy Dreams results indigenous American, North, African, and European. Wow. Ivy Dreams, tell me in the chat, which one did you do? Which one did you go through? Exactly, TRP, says reps, delay, delay, delay. Yep, that's what they're doing. But we must stay steadfast. We must stay steadfast until it's done. And we mostly have to get it done through weaponizing our vote and socializing our suffering. Yes, the Latter-day Saints, says Love My Folks, has all the history. Their religion says that Utah is the holy land of the true Israelites. That's what I was trying to think of. Utah. Thank you, Love My Folks. The Mormons. Yes. The Mormons already have the records. This is what I know. This is why you can tell that these people are just running interference, so we never get paid. 6 of 12 million is going to study how to study our genealogy when it's already all there by their own admission. It's criminal. But I've got to declare and decree for that before I pray us out. I sure do. Let me go up. Sorry. George Wichard III says, The majority of those Africans were the Dutch, German, white Afrikaners, aka Elon Musk, actress Charlize Theron. I don't know what that's in reference to. And if you don't have birth dates, use your birth certificates and work backwards. Parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. Yes, Mary, it's very easy what they're trying to make difficult to avoid paying us the reparations we're overdue. It's also key that we get more nonprofits going so that when projects and resources arise for our group, we can get in front of these old orgs. Yes, love my folks. That's what I was sharing that Asan Powell out of the Capital Accountability Project in the DMV has managed to do. She's become commissioner over a lot of these, not nonprofits, but these are commissions with money. Like, for example, she's commissioner over these series of funds that were set aside for the war on drugs. So do you know how long we've not been at that table, and how these immigrants and whites have been siphoning money and not bringing it back to the Black community, to those of us who were harmed the worst by the war on drugs? So now she's at that table, and she's found nonprofits to be the fiscal sponsors, and is teaching different 501c3s on how to apply for and receive these funds from the fiscal sponsor to give to the people in the community. We need workarounds. We need the nonprofits. You're absolutely correct. So those monies can come directly to us instead of in the hands of places like Catholic Charities that's using these NGOs to take care of immigrants and make sure they flourish in the country of our ancestors. Your ancestors, you're absolutely correct. Ivy Dreams, the task force already put in the rules and regulations. 200 proposals, Ivy Dreams, correct. Research all European and Indian wars. Those captured Indians are your prisoners of war. That would be us. That's what Christopher Columbus said, that he saw people that looked like us, the copper-colored people is what we were called. And if you see a lot of the mask and the different statutes and the different remnants from that era, they all have broad features. They don't look anything like the Hispanic or the Latin looking Indians that took it over, who called themselves Native Americans. But to my understanding, there were other groups here. It wasn't just us. So some of them could have been the Spaniard looking ones. I have to do a lot more research on that. I'm not as educated on that as I am the fight for reparations and politics through the Negro lens and how to fight for that. The CSU's enrollment is low, especially now that the anchor babies will no longer be getting a free ride off those government Department of Ed dollars. The CSU is trying to hijack the funds. Wow, love my folks. I didn't realize that. I don't know when that happened, love my folks. When was that decided on? That they would no longer be getting funding for the CSUs. That's really interesting. Gmail me an article about that, because I never knew that that happened. I mean, is this so that they can get federal funding from the government, from Trump? Because I know Trump is laying down the law when it comes to transgender, and has literally told Newscom that if he doesn't put this idea of men in women's sports and in women's bathrooms down completely, he would not receive federal funding to help rebuild after those fires. So maybe this is a part of that. I really don't know. You must give me more information. We need the federal government to handle this, not states. That's what you believe, Mary Lee? The immigrants are the only ones getting anything out here in California. Look at the panel. Absolutely. Absolutely. He is absolutely correct. Governor Gavin Newsom is not signing on any reparations. Well, it looks like I think he's terming out, actually. So, exactly, TRP. Imagine if Chris and CJEC was not there. Thank you to the grassroots of California for being the voice for the voiceless. Absolutely, fam. And I attended one of their town halls recently, and I told them, we need to be everywhere running interference so the immigrants can't get all of our reparations, Social Security, and taxes, because that's what's happening, because they run things out here. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the power. We don't have the political capital. And as California has gone, the nation is going. If we don't continue to weaponize our vote, it's going to be over. What was this? I didn't know this was happening. The SB 437 hearing. I see it passing, said Mary Lee. Well, it just passed there. I don't know if it has another. Does it have to go? Let me see something here. Hold on. SB 437. Is it a done deal? Bill tracking. The bill would require CSU regular session. The bill, okay, let me see. SB 437 passed the Senate. Oh no, it was introduced 2/18/25. It doesn't show that it even passed the Senate. It has to go through the Senate. It has to go through the Assembly and then be signed into law. All I see here is that the bill was introduced. Oh, it says Senate April 3rd, 2025, set for a hearing on April 22nd. Track the bill. Hold on. Oh, honey, it's asking me to do all this. I don't have time. Yes, talking about the summary of the bill, but it doesn't show that it's gotten all the way through to law. But because it was sponsored, because Newsom is running interference, I imagine that it will pass, because that's the intent, to make sure that every dime Newsom gave us is siphoned right back out through these unnecessary studies into perpetuity so that we never see a dime of it. Economic empowerment for who? Not us. Absolutely love my folks. If you hear them say people of color, marginalized communities, any of these means not the Negro. They're weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust to raise everybody but us. It's dreadful. Look at that nitwit Urban League is in support. Running interference, legacy orgs. I started to believe they don't want anyone else to thrive other than themselves. Right, Martin. That's what they are paid to do. They are paid to make sure the Negroes stay on the bottom and never get a leg up. And they're using melanated immigrants by and large to ensure it. They should strike the Urban League. They are out of turn. Yes, reps. Well, you saw what happened when Chris was trying to speak. Cut him off quickly. The legacy organizations are full of tethers. CBC, 73 members, 63 are immigrants, 10 are us. Well, I heard that before, Mary Lee, but truthfully, I think there's more. Let's look up the number. I think this number is off. Let's look it up. How many members are in the Congressional Black Caucus? I think it's over 200, so that doesn't add up. Hold on. Oh. How big is the Black Caucus? CBC has a historic 60 members of the U.S. House of Reps and the U.S. Senate, representing more than 120 million Americans, 25.3%. No, that's not us. Well, I don't have time to tarry. But for some reason, I thought that there was more than 73 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. But I do know that thanks to identity and respectability Pauli tricks, that the majority of those members are immigrant now. And that's who they represent. They don't represent us. As a matter of fact, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucuses is from Jamaica. This is what happens when you don't show up to vote. You vote the couch. You get to be dominated by Crayola wanton white supremacy. Terms like Negro, Black, mulatto, colored are English, color of law, 1726 Christian Black codes. Wow, they gave him 2 minutes, says Reps. Oh, yeah, sure did. This is what happens. Mark Morial showed up late at the OMB on delineation. He prevailed, over 20,000 of us. The Democrats know that if we get reparations, them spending the next 4 years trying to make Trump the boogeyman would be futile. They need us in this posture until they can get amnesty for the illegals with the Negro vote. Love my folks, you already know. They're using the Negro vote to our economic genocide. And they failed miserably thanks to people like myself and my protest voter strategy and others throughout the country, pushing us away from the demon rats. Had Skamala won, it'd be over for the Negro. These legacy orgs are dishonest and they're criminal. Our mayor, Karen Bass, was in Ghana with the other panties working to get our reparations paid to Ghana. Wow, Mary Lee. I didn't realize that's why she was over there. That was during the fires. Look at the timing of that. Could that have been the ancestors? Reps, they are the number one problem, the legacy org, says George. Wow, that was planned because the last thing anyone heard was in favor of the bill. Major BS, exactly. I want that research book. If you could trace your lineage back to 1890, you're eligible. Everyone can trace lineage. The U.S. Census, if your family is there, you're eligible. That's how easy it is. She married to an African. Keep that in mind. Well, this is news to me. I didn't know Pearson was an African last name. Go to the National State City Archives. You're going to have to do it for yourself. I saw where a white tea guy, swabbed his lizard's mouth and sent it in. It came back African and European, shaking my head. That's why I don't trust ancestry. I don't. They treat us like we just got here. It is abominable and despicable. Your courthouse libraries, medical, police, deeds, vital statistic records. Yeah. They act like we ain't been here for over 600 years. Mary says, I know great-grandparents from both sides. That's a beautiful thing, as do I. Martin Norwood, it's a fraud. I don't want CSU to determine my lineage. This is very dangerous. They will use this to solidify the African slave narrative and have us voluntarily self-identify as Africans. That's a scary, scary thought, love my folks. When we're indigenous, by and large. I attended a Monterey County Reparations Town Hall meeting last Wednesday, and I told Chad Brown about not allowing the bill to establish the Immigrant and Refugee Affairs Agency, SB 12. Gonzalez. Oh, God. That part. They are wanting to blow this money on a redundant bill so that we can't get up. Don't let them table control. Don't let them take control of this. It feels like it's too late, but you know we're going to keep up the good fight. Reparationist perspective, your originality. You're originally from Ohio, correct? Yes, I am. I sure am. American Negroes need to refrain from self-identifying as Africans. We need to keep American and Negro at all times. It's know that American Indians were first enslaved and later termed Negro. That's correct, love my folks. Oh my God, bull coming out of these people's mouths. Yes. If the committee and state assembly were Black American freedmen in California, I am sure that the reparations bill would advance immediately. Not necessarily. No. To my knowledge, Reginald Jones Sawyer, one of 4 task force members, voted for race-based reparations and against lineage-based reparations. So we've got our own coons, as I call them, that are running interference because they want to be the only ones to receive reparations in the form of lobbyists and dollars to represent us in Black face only. They're not for the soil. So no, not necessarily. Most slaves were not African. We need to avoid this. Yes. Love my folks. You're absolutely correct. I'm learning more and more. Ancestry has all the census records, all the freedmen records, voter registration records, land records, etc. Well, like I said, they don't show any of my indigenous. They don't show any of the Native American that's in my bloodline. That Ancestry.com only turned up African and European, and that just simply cannot be. Not according to my own family's research. I give Chris, TRP, and others credit for fighting hard for 2 reparations bills in California. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Well, it's far more than 2, and CJEC does most of the heavy lift. I am just here to keep the reparations fight going, weaponizing my voice and my vote in these spaces to reach the masses so the nation doesn't become California. But Chris and them are working extremely hard. I had to speak on how oppressive and albatross immigration is on the Negro. And that was in opposition to what CJEC and those guys wanted to do. So I blazed my own trail as the reparationist perspective so that I could speak on immigration and not be muzzled. So they've got their way of doing things. I support them in their efforts for reparations, but I've got my way of doing things, and I won't be silent. I will not be silenced in the gas chamber or on the front line of the guillotine. That's not going down. So they're trying to make it rocket science. Oh, they want to make it very complicated so that nothing ever gets accomplished. Nothing will be done for us in California. I'm afraid you might be right. We also need Negro because it takes us to international licensing that traded Negroes. Absolutely love my folks. I've already determined my lineage. Yes. Most of us know it. They're the ones playing dumb. Power is in the tongue. Never say nothing. Did I say nothing? Oh, meaning we have to keep hope alive on the reparations. Yeah, Mary Lee, we're very focused on making sure that we get the reparations we're owed. We refuse to give in, up, or out. Had our ancestors gave in, up, or out during our fight for emancipation, where would we be? Where would we be? So we can't afford to give up. We got to keep fighting and find another way to extract it. I've made some suggestions here akin to how Asan Powell has moved to get millions earmarked that are going to these different grassroots 501c3s to dole out to their communities. We need to find another way around this because there's a way to get at the budget without requiring the Senate and the House of Reps. That's the route they've chosen, but there's another way to access that specifically for our people. So we got to get creative. We need to call ourselves American, not African, not Black. Mary Lee, you got a point. So she wants to create the criteria of what qualifies as a descendant. Very tricky. Look at Angela's face, y'all. What was I doing? Was I looking crazy? Because, Lord, when I get angry, I get very animated. Africans are now online saying their ancestors built America. Oh, my God. Please don't make me throw up. Boo. This traitor off the stage. Boo. Get this. I don't see that little thing, child. Where are my glasses? You put some little symbol up there. I don't see what that is, child, even with my glasses. Okay. What kind of test determines if you are a slave? Girl, it's all a gaslight. They know who we are. This country knows who we are. Working backwards. She wants a few million to create a method. So basically, this isn't even doing the actual genealogy work. Exactly, love my folks. $6 million to study how to study our genealogy. To bring that study to the agency. That's never going to happen. That's 6 million down from 12 measly million. Listening to this, my blood pressure is going up. Dr. Antoinette Harrell, an American genealogist and civil rights activist, has access to court records to identify genealogy for Black American freedmen of chattel slavery. No need for additional study. Well, Michael, I've got a birth certificate that says Negro.
No melanated immigrant has Negro on their birth certificate. And like Love My Folks just shared, and George has shared, we are the indigenous to this country. And once we fought and won our emancipation, free Negroes and freed Negroes were called Negro. We're the indigenous, by and large. Prisoners of war. Gavin Newsom is only worried about his run for president, not us. Well, that's very true, Mary, but with the way we defeated Kamala because of the offenses by the CLBC and Newsom, the same is coming for him. He will not make it. He will not be president because they're watching what's happening. They're listening to this broadcast and they're seeing what they're doing, toying with the Negro out here. And our people, that's all I'm looking for is my tribe, those who are willing to participate in the protest vote to oppose the demon rats, especially Newsom in 28. And so that's why I have to expose it here. They likely will try to make the criteria having a record that says African, which would be very rare. African slaves are rarely used. Yeah, well, we have not been African in so long. It's, like, while I get that everything, Africa is a cradle of civilization, but we are so far removed. And it doesn't mean that that's not our origins, but even when you think in terms of the indigenous, they were Africans. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were Africans. They were indigenous to this land. They were the early explorers. From what I've read, and my understanding is that the Africans were here before Columbus found it. Well, he didn't find it because it wasn't lost, but until he happened upon it, if you will. So yeah, but we're very, very far removed from our African lineage. I mean, we've been here 600 years. We're Americans, Negroes, freedmen. TRP, I am pretty sure that Shirley Weber is disappointed with her daughter delaying reparations bills from moving forward. I don't know, Michael. I'd be curious. This was happening long before she's doing what she's doing now, though. I remember going through the task force and the rumor mill started about Aquila being opposed. So this has been going on for a while. And if she's married to an African, I see why she was opposed, because we fought and prevailed on lineage-based repair, which means she's not privileged. Yeah, she would be, but her other half wouldn't be. He doesn't descend from chattel slavery. They need to scrap it. I don't want a bureau. They don't have a bureau for illegal aliens. Well, they've got the Office of New Americas for the illegals and the immigrants. They're getting much accomplished through their own agencies. We do need an agency out here because we don't want these people that are anti-Negro to be managing our reparations. You see what they're doing right now to confiscate $6 million to study how to approach genealogy at an agency that can't be built on $6 million. They know this. The committee and state assembly are controlling the narrative by telling Black American freedmen in California that they don't understand their own history. It's a slap in the face. It's very offensive and insulting. It really upsets me greatly. That's why I was going off. So Bill gets a promotion probably off the clout of him going against Dems from the rep bill. Reps, you said a mouthful there. Trump promoted him for defeating the demon rats and exposing them. Yeah,
That's probably what that promotion was for. I wouldn't doubt it. Reps, Phil Scott said, brothers and sisters in California, it's time to vote out the demon rats in the state assembly in 26. I concur, Michael. 20 years too late for our vote to count. Mary Lee is correct. We don't have the numbers. TRP, I am pretty sure that Boule Democrats are married to snow bunnies because they are controlled by snow bunnies. Very true. Study how to study. This is going nowhere. Yep. Ergo the title of the broadcast. Mary Lee Wright, but you understand that Phil Scott is impatient with California demon rats for not prioritizing Black American freedmen. Oh yeah, Phil is definitely one of us. He's out of Texas. And yeah, he's been watching. They've been reporting as well on what's going on down here. This needs to be settled on a federal level. California definitely not paying us ish. Well, neither is the feds. Right? Didn't Dr. Claude Anderson sue? That lawsuit went nowhere. We got to find another way. We got to find a workaround, as I suggested in the broadcast today. We have no political power out here. We will need to join whites to get these people out. But out here, our people are loyal to the demon rats. Sad but true. Sad but true. Mary Lee, I agree with you because I'm going to D.C. on April 29 to meet with my member of Congress and 2 U.S. senators to advance cash payment repair for Black American freedmen. Right, but you understand where Philip Scott is coming from. Yeah, we do. Let me skip past that. Uh-oh. Mary says, I've got mixed feelings about Philip Scott. I don't trust panties. Interesting, Mary. Why do you have mixed feelings about Phil Scott when he cares about Black American freedmen of chattel slavery? And Mary says he cares about Africans more. Whatever. Okay, so yeah, Mary, I understand. Mary Lee, are you familiar with Demetra Kay? Because she works for Phil Scott and cares about Black American freedmen of chattel slavery. What are you saying no to, Martin? Democrats and Republicans will not pay us any mind next federal election. Mary, they ain't pay us no real mind this time around. But it was our vote for the couch, which I disagree with, third party, and for Trump that delivered him. Okay, you see, our people have gotten us caught up in a perpetual cycle of lesser of two evil voting. And then now, when it's most crucial, they want to vote the couch. Well, the same 70-year two-step of lesser of two evil voting that got us on the bottom of the Titanic is the same two-step we're going to have to back it up. That's why it's called a protest vote. We clearly have nothing coming from the demon rats, and we've been their most loyal voter base. All I'm seeking to do is to stave off our extinction with the protest vote for deportation, closed borders. Because I'll be damned if you extinct us with immigrants with our own reparations while weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust. And so that's the only reason why the REPUGNIKKKLANS even got a vote from me, because Trump was the one for deportation, closed borders. And I understand, having lived it out here, as many of us have, I understand what that economic genocide is like. I've been on the receiving end of that. No matter how degreed we are, no matter how experienced we are,
Let me share another thing with you all. Hold on. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. I've shared this before, but it bears repeating because this is what you keep voting for or not. This is what you're allowing. Is that it? Hold on, y'all. Here we go. This is what happens when you vote the couch or demon rats.
There's one thing and one thing only that African people care about, including me myself. I come to your country. I don't care where it is. I am here to make money. That's just the sad reality. But it is the reality. Me as myself, when I went to Nairobi, when I lived in Kenya, I went to take. When I went to South Africa, I went to take. When I went to Dubai, I went to take. I did not go to build the countries because in my country where I come from, I am poor and I left my country because there's nothing for me to do. I didn't see any ways of getting rich in my country. So I decided to come to other countries to do something for myself. So unfortunately, I can't tell my African American brothers and sisters that when African people come to America, expect them to build with you. No, we're here to take. We are here to take. The American government, like right now, it's welcoming immigrants like nobody's business. Every African person who is in a dire situation or who sees there's an opportunity for me to get a green card, they would do whatever it takes to come to America, knowing very well that the government right now is prioritizing foreigners instead of its own people, which is not my fault. My own business is to come there and grab whatever I can. And if your government is supporting me to take as much as I can, who am I to refuse? Who doesn't want to live in America? So don't be surprised when you see these African men or African women get with older men or older women just to get the green card. That is what we do because we are in a dire situation in our countries. So we are running away to come to your country so we can have a better life because, I mean, who does not know about the American dream? And then if we come and then Joe Biden pampers us, and forgets that he has Democrats to take care of, it's none of our business. That's the reality. That's the reality. When we come there, don't expect us to build America for who? You have a lot we are here to take. That's the truth. And I know I might sound arrogant, but I'm not a person who sugarcoats the truth. So when we come to your countries, just know we are not here to have mercy on you. We are here to take.
And this is what happens when you vote the couch and you don't weaponize your vote and socialize your suffering. This is what happens when you vote for the demon rats. I hope you heard that. They are here to take. This is what happens when you are more invested in interracial sexual access than you are the flourishing of your own people. You become extinct. You become economically genocided. Because they're real clear about why they're here. And if you don't get crystal clear about why they're here, you will no longer be here.
Okay, Californians won't get anything done as long as our people stay at their disposal, meaning demon rats. Very true. Michael suggesting that you definitely should leave California as soon as possible because Asians, Hispanics, and them folks are giving you and your people a hard time. Trust me. Mary says, I don't live, work, or spend money around or with them, and we are still more than the Asians in numbers. Not the Latinos, though, not the Hispanics. Mm-mm. You know, Michael, a large part of why people don't leave is because they don't have the means to leave. You've got to at least not only have money to relocate, you've got to have money saved so you can survive until someone decides to hire you as a Negro. Because that's a real discrimination in the workplace that's going on. They want to get immigrants to do it for less money. We know our rights. Even the uneducated know their rights. So they don't want to deal with the backlash of the Negro. So they just simply won't hire you. And they'll do things like require Spanish just to get a job interview. And if you're speaking it as fluently as Pedro, you don't have the complexion or the ethnicity for hire. It's not easy for Negroes to get work anywhere in the nation right now, especially paying an American wage with a median home price of about $500,000. So it's easier said than done. To leave is easier said than done because you need money and lots of it to weather the storms and to get yourself reestablished someplace else. And it doesn't mean that someplace else ain't going to come with its share of issues. I doubt seriously I could earn the money I earn in California in the South. So yeah, the cost of living may be less than California, but it's commensurate with the cost of living wherever you move to. And the problem with that is there's no place in this country where anyone wants to be that isn't going to cost you through the ass to live there, because housing has gone through the roof because of the great migration out of California. Not just Negroes, a bunch of whites and other folks are leaving. And what does that do? It drives up the prices in these states that would have otherwise been affordable. But the salaries are not commensurate for the Negro in these places where the housing prices have climbed exponentially. So it's a lot involved. It's not as easy as what everyone says. Just leave. Leave and go where and with what? Yeah, the numbers of us are dropping quickly because most of our people can't afford to be here. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. African blacks were 60,000 liquid to U.S. black 200 liquid. They were 54% degreed to our 44% degreed. Their median income was 113,000 to our 53.5. Hispanics were 17% degreed to our 44% degreed, and their median income was 50K, within 3,500 of our median, and this was 20 years ago pre-pandemic. That is the Color of Wealth LA 2004 to 2014. So that's why we're being driven out. We're being legislated out and economically starved in the state of California. 2.2 million of us, most are moving back to the South where their grandparents came from. Yes, but it's not like they want to. Who wants to give up beautiful Southern California? I love where I stay, okay? I mean, my gym is the beach. I love my community. Listen, I love it. I love California. And like I said, I'm blessed to be able to, have property and to be able to afford to stay. But I do work a lot. This is my own business venture. I've got my main job, my main position as an auditor. I do more to bring in more income so I can have a good life and be able to afford her college fees that aren't covered through scholarship. Okay? Like, it's not cheap out here, but when I try to meditate on being someplace else, I get sad because I love it here. And that's what saddens me, is that far too many of our people can't even afford to stay. So they're migrating to the South because they can't afford California anymore. You just heard those disparaging numbers pre-pandemic. Ancestry has a section called Your Family Journey. It tells you your DNA committee for the last 300 years. All my communities are in the South. Well, that's good to know. Maybe I'll, I don't know. No, Michael Penn is not African. To my knowledge, Michael Penn is Asian. Pan, P-A-N, okay? To my understanding. He's an ally, y'all. Don't beat him up. He's an ally fighting for us to get reparations. He is our Asian John Brown. That's who he is. Constantly in this fight. I think he sometimes fights harder than me, if that can be believed. He sends me tons of emails that I never get time to read to show me different things that are going on. And he really wants this for us. Black people are losing their homes. And guess who's buying them? Latinos and Asians. This is all an agenda from the DEMONRATS, period. Yes, Gwen XOXO, you're absolutely correct. But according to the polls, 92% of Black women showed up to the polls to vote for this. That's true. Philip Scott voted for Donald Trump in 24. He voted for Trump to punish the Boule Dems. That's true. Mary, you ain't ever lied. After he convinced all those people to vote the couch. Well, truthfully, Phil was always alluding that he was going to the way of Trump, okay? But I did not like that he made it okay for people to vote the couch. I feel he should have abjectly opposed that. That, ironically enough, initially came out of the Tariq Nasheed camp and was quarterbacked by the Black Authority, okay? That couch vote bull. But ultimately,
Even Tariq Nasheed caught on to my protest voter strategy. To my understanding, a lot of people in his camp, including him, voted for Trump. He will never give me credit for that. But rumor has it that ultimately the very people he was trying to convince to vote the couch ultimately got out here and voted for Trump. I think I found that out through Moorish World TV because they were hotter than fish grease and was, thinking that they were insulting Tariq and the likes of us who voted for Trump. They thought that it was going to hurt our feelings that they called us Trump supporters. No, we're in support of the Negro flourishing. We're in support of deportation, closed borders. We are pro-life when it comes to the Negro. We've already given 100 million babies back to God. Okay? We are anti-using abortion as a form of birth control. Okay? We are anti-transgender men and women's sports. Anti-transgender men using girls' bathrooms. Our tax dollars being used for transgenders in the prisons to go inside the women's jails and impregnate them. All of what the demon rats were pushing for. Our erasure and replacement with illegals and DACA. Had the black vote delivered the demon rats, Kamala would have quickly moved to make 50 million DACA and illegal immigrants citizens. That's what we staved off. So while, yes, Phil was on that couch crap, he was leaving it to people to make their own decision. I bought shame back. I was shaming people into voting for deportation, closed borders, weaponizing their vote. Okay? Right. But he realized that voting for the couch would allow Kamala to win over Trump. Oh, you don't say. So Phil was watching me too. Phil must have been reading all of my vlogs. Because remember, I told y'all I wasn't coming back live until y'all delivered Trump. I said, if y'all delivered Kamala, you was never going to see me again. But if y'all went out here and did the right thing and delivered Trump, I would come back. So not only was Tariq watching me, Phil must have been watching. I disagree with this, Mary. You said our vote wasn't needed, which is why T-men came out in droves to vote, saved our asses. Well, Mary, I do agree that others coming out to vote was very instrumental, right? But the Negro vote is still the swing. You see, the demon rats need 85% of the Negro vote to win any election. We're still the swing. We are still the swing. And to my understanding, millions voted the couch and 28% of us voted Trump. And so although there was 92% black women, there was only 77% black men. I think they need us both to be at around 85% to guarantee them the White House. And like I said, of our entire electorate, a lot voted the couch. But I wasn't willing to play roulette with the line. That's what I call that. When you're in the state of California and they're telling you you don't have to show ID to vote, you already know the trick at hand was to make room out here. Newsom made it against the law to ask for ID at the polls. That was to give the illegals an opportunity to vote in our elections.
so that they could steal it again. They weaponized the pandemic to steal the 2020 election. That's my square. That's what I believe. All that mail-in crap that couldn't be counted, for real, for real. And when you have lived through them stealing not one, but 2 primaries, you know that they are not beyond weaponizing a pandemic to steal a 2020 election. They keep claiming that Joe Crow barely eked it out. I'm just saying. We don't need state government involvement. Well, I've spoken to that already. Sisters, you Mary Lee, Philip Scott says, sisters, you are lucky that I am not your president, because I would welfare spending after 2 years. We need the nuclear family because the government is evil. No, we absolutely do need the nuclear family. USA, thank you, Michael. Democrats gave more money to U.S. aid and less money for Americans, including Black American freedmen. Correct. And it was a money laundering scheme. Those international foreign countries, they did not get the money that was earmarked for them. They got a small percentage. The rest was money laundering. Black men stop making baby mamas. Welfare won't be needed in the Black community. Well, Mary Lee, you've got a point. Lots of folks like to point to the single baby mama as if we are getting pregnant by immaculate conception. How about the Black man is creating single baby mamas? It's their seed. They're not proposing marriage. So you're absolutely correct. We need the nuclear Black family. Negro love and Negro marriage and Negro babies is the revolution. Hopefully they'll wake up to that idea before it's too late. Right, because Phil Scott gets upset when brothers and sisters don't embrace his plan for unity. Why do you think that he is struggling to get all of them united? Y'all busy over here. My word. Am I going on how many hours? Lord, and I want to finish reading your comments. Oh, Lord. Nancy Pelosi scraped in $200 million during the time DEMONRATS were in office, period. Yes, 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 Gwen XOXO. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're all about to be investigated so that they can answer to the Americans about how their $150,000 a year job has morphed into them being damn near billionaires while in office. I think that there's something going down with that. They're about to be investigated. Exactly, love my folks. At this point, we need to vote to make sure these other groups don't get anything. We need to show up to these meetings and oppose their bills the way they run interference and oppose ours. And we need to vote against the DEMONRATS, who are far more eager to make immigrants more American, prioritizing them over the Negro flourishing in the country of our ancestors. And we don't have dual citizenship. This is it. And the way you fight for it is through the weaponization of your vote. Not a couch vote. Third party is okay,
but not many third-party people are running locally. You're going to have to turn that itch purple or red. It just is what it is. And always remember, they declare war first. No Negro talking one way, walking the other way is going to tell Black women what to do. Oh, Lord. Ivy, don't get sick on me, baby. Don't get sick on me. TRP, I applaud you for your advocacy and bravery because you are the real hero in your community. Oh, thank you so much. There's a lot of us. Some are very silent. I'm just very loud because, hey, I've got a daughter to lead this country to. She's my number one priority. Her future husband, my future grandbabies, my future great-grandbabies, and my great-great-grands, and so on and so forth. I got to make sure she's in a position to keep the line going. So I'm not just fighting for her. I'm fighting for all of our beautiful Negro children. Yes, I am. There are no other Black people here, the USA, prior to 1870. Correct, Ivy Dreams. TRP, I know Tamara Johnson Shealy is tired of fighting with the Boule demon rats. I know that she fights hard for cash payment repair for Black American freedmen of chattel slavery. Tamara Johnson Shealy is actually working more, I thought, Michael, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think she's working with the REPUGNIKKLANS. We got to go across the aisle. We can't rely on the demon rats at all. The task force book was filled with skewed data. What? Most of the data was Black and brown. Unfortunately, because Black people rarely file formal complaints for discrimination, our data was slim. Wow, love my folks. I didn't know that. I haven't read the 1,100-page document. Honey, I tell you, when we got down to the final stretch and I saw what was happening, I knew we were being set up. When Amos Brown came out the way he did, opposing cash repair for the handful of Negroes up in the Bay, I said, it's a wrap. And I checked out. So I didn't read it. I didn't come in and listen to nobody reading. Dirty Laundry, I see you, fam. Much love to you. Thank you for joining the live. How do you convince Tamara Johnson Shealy to leave the Democratic Party? I didn't know that she was still with the Demon Rats. That's new information to me. I'm an independent. Just for those who are questioning, I'm not a REPUGNIKKLAN nor a Demon Rat. I'm an independent seeking to eke out any form of tangible I can from the REPUGNIKKLANS because I don't agree with nothing the Demon Rats do. So I'm done with them. At least when I'm dealing with the REPUGNIKKLANS, at least the MAGA, they're interested in making America great again for them. I'm interested in making America great for the very first time for the Negro. And I agree more when I look at my values and how I'm wired morally, not that the REPUGNIKKLANS are moral, not that Trump doesn't suck, okay, in many instances. This vote is a protest vote. My vote is against the Demon Rats and for deportation, closed borders. Okay, as an independent, given that neither party wants to give us the reparations we're long overdue, I had to eke me out a tangible. And already having lived through erasure and replacement and being legislated out of the state of California down from 17 to 3%, I eked out what I could. And that was deportation, closed borders. Mary Lee, I am interested in Black American freedmen because they did great things for America. And I'm advocating for substance for your people. Oh,
We need more allies like Michael. I told you he's our Asian John Brown. Gavin Newsom is never signing a reparations bill. Well, he's about to term out, so if every one of us had come out to vote for Kamala, Trump would have still won. Sitting on the couch didn't make a difference. I don't know about that. I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. More black women did vote. More black women did vote than black men. When did they start supporting Republicans? Black men started supporting Republicans. Black men, okay, I don't know who you talk about. When it comes to black women and black men, it was not a support for the REPUGNIKKLANS necessarily. It was a protest vote against the intentionally neglectful demon rats concerning the Negro. It was broadcast like mine and so many others who was exposing the demon rats flooding the country with millions of illegals. And you clearly saw how they were dropping them in black communities, our communities, what's left of them that we have not been gentrified out of. They were dropping them into our communities and using our taxes and Social Security and what could have been our reparations to take care of them while the Negro went homeless, hungry, suffered the highest rates of evictions, and couldn't get a leg up. So that is what happened. This was not about support of the REPUGNIKKLAN as much as it was a protest vote against the demon rats economic genocide leveled at the Negro while weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust to get it done and spending our resources, not the whites' resources, not even the immigrants of the people that they brought in this country. They were dropping these smallpox blankets, POC, into our communities to economically genocide us. And that's why you saw the tide turn. It was my protest voter strategy. Both parties suck concerning the Negro. But this time around, because of deportation and closed borders, Trump was a lesser of two evils. And we need to be utilizing ICE to assist with those deportations. This is our chance to take back some of our towns. I absolutely love my folks. I've been telling Americans for 20 years, no immigrants in our politics. They need to be 3 generations in America before allowed. Agreed. I don't believe any black or melanated immigrants should be in our politics, but we know that the wanton white supremacists love using the Crayolas to run interference so we don't get anything. And they love doing it with people that look like me. So it's all a strategy to put us, to make us a permanent bottom cast. They want to make it so we never get up off the bottom. That's the goal. Byron Donalds is an Afro-Hispanic. He is not black. He claims to be Jamaican, but if you look it up, his ex-wife said that he was actually Negro, pretending to be Jamaican. Let me see if I can find that. Byron Donalds' ex-wife says he's not Jamaican. Okay, let me share my screen. Let's see if Black Enterprise will let me read it without demanding I subscribe. Byron Donald's ex-wife exposes vice presidential hopeful's past life. Says he is moving super dangerous. This tea is hot. The ex-wife of Florida GOP Representative Byron Donalds is painting a different picture. Lord, here we freaking go. No. Is painting a different picture of the congressman than what Americans are seeing. Bisa Hall told how she met Donalds as a freshman on the campus of HBCU Florida A&M University in 1996. She described Donalds as an opportunistic person who will take whatever opportunity they're given. When the two met, Hall claims the congressman had a Jamaican accent and told her he was from Jamaica. She later learned the then 18-year-old was from New York, and he told her the motive for the phony disguise. Quote, he felt like it would make him stand out, Hall said, and he was right. There were a ton of guys from New York around, but there weren't any guys from Jamaica. He was right. It got him noticed. Donald's political career made Hall remember that first encounter. He was always driven to get what he didn't have, the married public school teacher said. He was trying to fill a void and get what he did not have. Donald has stood as a strong ally to former President Donald Trump. Once projected as neither religious nor political during the 8-year relationship with Hall, Donald now spreads ideologies of Christian values while speaking praises of Trump across the country. According to the New Republic, Hall was shy to go on the record about her time with Donald, but after seeing her former partner standing by Trump, who has a history of sexually assaulting women and was found guilty, oh, here we go with this bullshiggity. She decided to break her silence. I don't want to hear all this Trump bad bullshit from the Black Enterprise. As far as I'm concerned, Joe Crow is Kamala bad. To see Trump and Donalds in collusion together, it was like if Donalds were a good human, would this very bad person be pushing him as a poster child? Hall asked. They're both very opportunistic. You trot them out there and it makes some people feel better about Trump. I think what he's doing is super dangerous, and I think morally he and I have no crossover at all. Hall remembers the Republican lawmaker once registering as a Democrat in the capital city of Tallahassee and said politics was a topic the couple stayed away from. We never talked once about how we were going to go and vote. It wasn't a thing, she said. To see him now out there saying, I'm a conservative Black man, and I'm like, since when? He wasn't talking politics at all. To see him now, it's like, when did this happen? Since the beginning of the 24 political season, Donald has made claims that have raised eyebrows amongst Black voters. During a Black voter outreach event called Congress, Cognac, and Cigars on June 4th in Philadelphia, Donald suggested Black families were more unified and better off during the Jim Crow era. Well, truthfully, I agree. They weren't out here doing all this interracial sexual access, okay? After Trump was found guilty on, oh God, I don't feel like hearing that. The couple wed on June 15, 1999, but divorced in 2012 after Hall found out Donalds was dating Florida State University student Erica Lees, who is now Donald's wife and mother to their 3 children. All the time, the congressman was back and forth between the 2 women, as Hall reminisced about a time around Christmas 2002 when her soon-to-be ex-husband came to her stating he wanted to rekindle their relationship. He said, Erica and I have split up, and I want to give it another chance. I want my wife back, she recalled. Shortly after, Donalds recanted, telling Hall a divorce needed to happen as soon as possible
because Erica was pregnant and they had to hurry up and get married. After the two were married, Donald began his right-wing career as a member of the Tea Party movement, essentially opposing the nomination of former President Barack Obama, the country's first biracial, BIPOC president. I will never call him black. He's an enemy to our people. So yeah, there you have it. TRP, I understand why Africans want to attach themselves in the reparations movement because they know that Black American freedmen are powerful for them. Honey, it's all about the Benjamins. Delineation is needed now. Correct. Yes, Michael is Asian. Love my folks. I thought that Byron Donalds is a Jamaican American. Are you sure that he is Afro-Hispanic? No, he's not Afro-Hispanic. I don't know what he is. I think he could be a Negro cosplaying a Jamaican. Who knows? These people lie so much and hide so much. Christopher Columbus was melanated. He was. I didn't know that. Melanated with how? Thought he was white. We are still divided on who is Black. I believe that until we unite and qualify who is us, our ancestors will not support our repair. We're out of order allowing immigrants to be Black. Well, love my folks, it's not us. It's our government. This is by design. They're flattening Blackness so that they can scramble and pretend that they don't know who we are to circumvent paying us repair, as predicated by this broadcast. So it's not us. We're willing to give it up, but even greater than that, we want to take all of our identifiers back. Black benefits them to our erasure and replacement. They are here to take. There are also no white people before 1681 or early 1700s. Lord, George, you always blow my mind. I don't know what you're talking about. We have Latinos in our so-called CBC. You're absolutely correct. That's what I was saying, Mary, that they have their own caucuses and then they've got ours. We are simply being taxed without representation. At Michael Pan, Jamaica was once occupied by Spain and Panama was colonized by Spain. So I consider him Afro-Hispanic or Hispanic Jamaican. I other him as just Hispanic. Well, I think he's actually one of us cosplaying Jamaica, as we just read that article. White and Black are status terms. They're racial constructs to keep us bottom caste. Yeah. Donald Trump knows who we are, for real, for real. George, everybody knows who we are, including the demon rats that like to pretend that they don't, and the immigrants. Love my folks, I understand. Thank you. The U.S. corporation immigrants are white. Prisoners of war are Black. So I'm willing to sunset Black. But I'm not letting immigrants inherit the social capital in Black. Go ahead. Oh, love my folks for president. Talk that talk, baby. TRP, thank you for informing me about the stall tactics in California. Absolutely, you're very welcome. Tamara Johnson Shealy needs to leave the Demon Rat Party because she is too good for it. She needs to be completely independent. I didn't know she wasn't. This is news to me. We will not have a Democrat in the White House for the next 20 years, and we don't even have to vote. The white man will take care of America. Well, I'm here to tell you I'm weaponizing my vote. I'm not playing roulette with the line for a fickle white man to do something foolish as elect the demon rats to give citizenship to 50 million immigrants. No, thank you. Friday Jones said Obama, who did not grow up with Big Mama or Pawpaw, is a raindrop compared to what's coming. Get them young. During slavery, a significant portion of imported chattel were youth. Yes, yes. Well, that's what the demon rats and the Jews are doing. They are going to these HBCUs to recruit low-hanging fruit. The HBCUs where pretty much the melanated immigrant can afford to go while the Negro cannot. These schools are hell of expensive. My daughter's tuition and dorm and fees is like about $50K a year at an HBCU. Half that at a Cal State University. So a lot of our children can't afford to be at the HBCUs, but that's where they're recruiting. That's where they got Skamala, Howard University, Ski-Wee. When the demon rats are in charge, everyone but us gets something. Absolutely, Mary Lee. That's why I said when the demon rats are in control of the country, Negroes are the only ones in distress. Woo! Lord, y'all been busy. Oh my goodness. I don't think I could do all this. Okay, it's 10:53, y'all. Okay, let me hide that. Okay, guys. It's nearing 11. We all need to go to bed and get up for work tomorrow. So I'm going to do our declare and decree, but let me put around a button on this segment. Let me be brief. We must weaponize our vote. We must be the ones to guarantee that we show up in Obama-style numbers during the midterm and the generals for several election cycles. We must do it because we must show the demon rats that we returned the missile that you've been launching at us for 70 years. The only way to show them is to unask the couch and get to these polls and show them. You have to understand that as you've borne witness in this programming tonight, that when the demon rats are in control, we are the only ones in distress. You see, those were nothing but demon rats. I don't even know if any of those were Republican senators that voted in favor of an SB 437 to defeat everything that came out of the task force hearings. I've shared with you about how Newsom drove a $96 billion surplus down to an $88 billion deficit on the pandemic and on illegals while he sent us away to study. And you already see it's not going very well for our reparations here. He used us to circumvent the recall. And he's about to term out. And he's Nancy Pelosi, $200 million woman, nephew. We have no friends. We must find other ways to get our people repaired because we are not going to make it relying on Congress, on the state nor the federal level. We have got to find the low-hanging fruit on these commissions in our states, become the commissioners, and kick everybody off of things that should be earmarked for us. Kick out the immigrants, kick out the whites, and be over those monies and work with the grassroots organizations to educate the 501c3s that are born out of our movement, akin to how Asan has done. make one of them the fiscal sponsor to dole out these monies with solid plans to get it back to our people. We must find another way. We can't keep banging our head against the walls trying to get anti-Negro, racist, wanton white supremacists, Crayolas with 3 Ks, to empathize with our plight when they are clearly here to take. As predicated by the African woman that I shared with you when I was going through the chats. The demon rats have declared war on us. We must return the missile with the only commodity we've got left, the power of the Negro vote. With that being said, I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of the government, judicial system, including the police officers, CPS, Child Protective Services, judges, attorneys, FBI agents, the CIA, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions, especially the demon rats and the REPUGNIKKLANS, for their intentional neglect of the Negro. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states, across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. And with that being said, family, the light of God surrounds us, the love of God enfolds us, the power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever Negro freedmen, descendants of the emancipated, and our allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. With that being said, family, I want you to make it, I want to thank you, first of all the co-hosts that lit this chat up. I apologize. I ran out of steam and need to retire for the evening and couldn't get through all of your comments, but I can't wait to read the rest of them when I review the tape. But until we meet again, family, which I pray will be sooner than Sunday, because I've got so much, I'm backed up. I want you to make it a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your evening and work week. And until next time, family, I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, and reparations, family. Thank you so much for tuning in. I love y'all.